Advances to the UAE's Archaeology 2022 conference will begin shortly. Please take your seats. ضيوفنا الكرام، مؤتمر تطورات قطاع الآثار في الإمارات 2022 سيبدأ الآن. نرجو منكم التفضل إلى أماكنكم. Advances to the UAE's Archaeology 2022 conference will begin shortly. Please take your seats. ضيوفنا الكرام، مؤتمر تطورات قطاع الآثار في الإمارات 2022 سيبدأ الآن. نرجو منكم التفضل إلى أماكنكم. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the United Arab Emirates. حضورنا الكريم، السلام الوطني لدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة.
Good morning, everyone. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Zayed National Museum and the Historic Environment Department in the Department of Culture and Tourism in Abu Dhabi, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the Archaeology 22 Conference. Over the next 2 days, we will hear papers from leading scholars from the UAE and around the world detailing the latest discoveries which shed light on the deep history of the UAE. These discoveries stretch from the very distant past, the lower Paleolithic, 300 to 400,000, more than 300 to 400,000 years ago, to the very recent past. The pace of these discoveries quickens every year as new pieces of the puzzle prompt new research questions and in turn prompt new fieldwork. In the years since the last Archaeology Conference in 2018, entirely new periods of the UAE's history, especially those concerning the last 2,000 years, have been rewritten. Equally important, we will hear rigorous debate about the interpretation of archaeological finds and their significance. The debate will be informed and scientific, and at the end of these 2 days, we will be richer for the sharing of information and perspectives. And here I want to emphasize to everyone in the room that you are participants in these discussions. The chairs for each session will ask for questions from the floor, and I urge each and every one of you to not hesitate in raising your hand and asking a question. I'm quite certain that at the end of these 2 days we will not agree on everything, but I'm equally certain that at the end of these days our energy, our ability, our willingness to test hypotheses through rigorous field work will be recharged. The spirit of open discussion which will mark these 2 days is at the heart of a tradition in the UAE stretching back to the first archaeological evidence for a majlis nearly 3,000 years ago discovered at the archaeological site of Muwayla in the Emirate of Sharjah. Just as the people in that building 3,000 years ago, in this building we will sit, listen, talk and learn. In so doing, we will generate new knowledge about the UAE's history. That knowledge of how people lived, how they understood their landscape, how they remembered events, and how they wished to be remembered is at the core of our profession as archaeologists. It is a task of enormous significance, not just for the past and future of the UAE, but also for creating the possibilities that future generations may understand what we did, and indeed what we did not do, to safeguard that knowledge of the past. Therefore, in the next 2 days, we will also focus on the work that is being done to safeguard, conserve, and generate public knowledge of the UAE's heritage. Our keynote speakers will focus on the development of the ADHER system, the Abu Dhabi Historic Environment Record, and the opportunities and challenges presented by the UNESCO World Heritage Site of Al Ain. It is a desire for new knowledge that led to the first archaeological excavations in the UAE. These took place just a few kilometers from here on the island of Manar in 1959. The results of these excavations are well known to you. Subsequent to these discoveries, the UAE's founding father, Sheikh Zayed, invited the same archaeologists to come to Al Ain and investigate the prehistoric mounds that he knew existed there. These discoveries were the launch point for the eventual ascribing of Al Ain as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. In the upcoming Zayed National Museum, we will celebrate the values and legacy of Sheikh Zayed, the country he founded, and its deep history. Without the work of archaeologists, our knowledge of this history would be even more incomplete than it is today, and it is still incomplete. On your stay here, by the way, you will undoubtedly drive past the towering wings of Zayed National Museum, which is currently under construction on Saadiyat Island. The next time we welcome you to this conference, it will be held in that building. It is because of the deep commitment by Zayed National Museum to research and public knowledge that I'm especially pleased today to announce to you, as researchers, scholars, and interested members of the public, the establishment of the Zayed National Museum Research Grant Scheme. Beginning in 2023, Zayed National Museum will fund research through a competitive grant scheme on 4 main topics. Firstly, the life and achievements of Sheikh Zayed, the UAE's founding father, in driving social, cultural, and economic advancement both within the United Arab Emirates and the region. Secondly, the archaeology and history of the United Arab Emirates, including archaeological fieldwork, laboratory analysis, and archive research. Thirdly, the intangible heritage of the United Arab Emirates, including oral history projects that focus on its living history, its recent past, its stories, traditions, and songs. And fourthly, the history and archaeology of the Arabian Peninsula and South Asia, focusing on how these regions interacted with the UAE from prehistory until the recent past. And finally, along with our colleagues throughout the Department of Culture and Tourism, Abu Dhabi, we will support conferences and invited lectures which focus on any of these priority areas in the Zayed National Museum Research Grant Scheme. This grant scheme will foster young and as yet unrealized research talent, some of which I'm quite sure is sitting in front of me today. It will generate public knowledge about Sheikh Zayed and the country he founded. We look forward to working with you all in making this exciting new adventure a success. From 1959 onwards, archaeological research in the UAE has been characterized by a sense of openness and collaboration, an idea rare in the old world that archaeology is indeed a shared venture, driven by an organized curiosity about the past and a sense of equal respect. It is with these values in mind that I welcome you today. I look forward to reading the results of this conference, and together all of us collectively moving the knowledge of the UAE's past into our shared future. Thank you and enjoy the conference. I would like to call upon my colleague, Tariq Al-Hamadi, who will give the first of the keynote speeches on the development of the ADHER system. Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome to the Archaeology Conference. I hope you will enjoy the sessions, and you will get the benefits and knowledge. On behalf of the project team, Dr. Richard Cutler, Dr. Mark Beach, Noor Al-Hamli, and Ahmed Al-Haj, we are happy today to present Abu Dhabi Historic Environment Record. First, what is Abu Dhabi Historic Environment Record? Abu Dhabi Historic Environment Record, ADHR, is a bespoke geospatial software for managing the heritage asset. It has an interface in Arabic and English, and both languages are reading from the same geodatabase. It has a data input wizard. It has reports. It has resources and a detailed record. And it has a comprehensive of search options like basic search, advanced search, and time period search. We will explain all of these items in the following slide. Why Abu Dhabi Historical Environment is important? Or let's make it general. Why the Historic Environment Record is important for any authorities that managing the archaeology. So let's take an example in the archaeology field. We have different steps for collecting information and data. We have a survey, excavations, site monitors, and collection. In each of these steps, we have many types of data. For example, let's take for the survey. We have maps, we have GIS data with the Geographic Information System, we have GPS data, we have the reports, different type of reports, pictures, videos, and Excel sheet, and a lot of other type of data. In excavations, we have the same item, and in addition to all of these items, we have the drone data and the 3D data. In site monitors, we have different type of report to make sure the situation of the site. We have the GPS data and pictures and videos. And finally, with the collection, we have all the previous items in addition to the finds information. Imagine you have all of these items for one site on one season only. Imagine you have thousands of sites, and not only for one season, for many of seasons. You will have a thousand of information and thousands of data. Imagine this data not centralized in one place. This data in different places and with different people. Are you able to manage this data? It's difficult. So comparing with different options for managing the heritage resources, here we have a table comparing ADHR with different options. Like, for example, we have the Geographic Information System programs and document or paper, digitized or physical. So we'll take step by step. So the first item, support interactive map, which is available in ADHR and GIS programs, but not available in documents. So using the documents, we will lose the benefits of the interactive map. Support document or resources, which is available in ADHR and not available to the other options. Linking event with site, and we'll explain this item later. So the events, it's very important to link it with the site to know how the sites were found. Different option for search with all of these items, with all of this data, is very important to have easy way to search for the information very easily. Integration with other systems. As we have a lot of other systems, it's very important to take the information directly from these systems. And finally, it's as we mentioned earlier, that it's customized interface, which is a user-friendly software to be used by the users. ADHR roadmap. So the project started in 2018, and it was a planning. It was the year for planning. So planning and looking to the different options and decide the best option for managing the heritage asset. Then 2019, we have the interface design and preparing for the data standard. 2020, starting the development and testing to make sure there is no bugs on the system and it's stable to be used. And then 2021, it deployed on the production environment. And in 2022, we started enhancing the system to make it more stable and adding some features that is missed before. And beginning by next year, we will add more functions, more features to improve the system. So if we can see this slide, it's one of the early designs for the system. It's normal, not designed well, because at that time we were focusing on the functions, what we need to include to the system, what is important to add it to the system. Then we had better idea, we transferred the ideas to realities, but still it's not designed well, but at least we have a better idea how the system will look. All of this information and tracking with the vendor and the developer, it was done by a snag list. So we have hundreds or thousands of records to highlight the issues and bugs in the system. And thanks to Dr. Richard, who's worked very hard on this snags, on reporting and working on the project. So if you will explain the interface with the English version first, we can see the map viewer which show us the heritage assets in Abu Dhabi region. And in the left side, we can see the vertical control bar. In the bar, we have different tabs, and each tab has different functions, and we'll explain them in following slides. Then we have the gallery view. We have different of base map and the historic satellite image. We have the search bar. As we mentioned, it's very important to have a different option to search. We have the navigation bar, which is for identifying the information of the heritage asset. And finally, we have the layer panel tab, which shows us the different layer and the legend. And we can see here the Arabic version. And as we mentioned that both interfaces are reading from the same database. So there will not be any duplication in data. Event and heritage asset. We mentioned on the table that we have the event and heritage asset. So to explain the event and heritage asset, that we need to make sure that any heritage asset should be linked to the event. But why we need this? We need to understand how the heritage assets were found. So that's why we need the event. But what is the event? The event is the activity that results finding a new heritage asset. So an example, we have excavation, we have field survey, test pit, watching brief, marine survey, and these are just some of the examples, and there are a lot of other examples as well available in the system. And as we mentioned, the heritage asset is linked to the event. And you can see here, we have different colors for the heritage asset. That's because we need a visual language for reading the maps without needing to review the legend. So as we can see here, we have archaeology in red color, we have the paleontology in green, and we have the historic building in orange, and we have the dark blue for the modern heritage. We have the pink for some sites that we need to enter for the World Heritage Site. And finally, we have the light blue for the marine archaeology. And here we can see an example of the event and heritage asset. We can see this an example of Hidariyat archaeological site in Hidariyat Island. You can see the yellow polygon as the event. And inside this event, we can see the archaeological area. On the left side, you can see there are more than one event in this area. That means there is more than one activity happened to this area. And in the right side, you can see the legend with the different layers, with the different colors. And in this video, we will see an example of the detailed record view with all of these heritage assets, with all the information it is very important to see the informations of this site. So in this video, we'll be able to see that first we will identify the site with very basic information, then open the record, we'll see more information about the site. Now it started with the event, so we can see information about that event. We can see the resources, the relationship that linked to this event. And then we will identify one of the archaeological area, the heritage asset. We can see here the detailed record view with a lot of options. First, with the basic, we can see the period, a number, or titles. Then we can move to the edit view. We can see a lot of tabs. It's not mandatory to fill all the field, but as much as we improve, increase, or add more values, it will increase the information of the site. Site code for all areas in Abu Dhabi. Every heritage asset, it has a unique site code, which is included with 3 letters and 4 numbers. So using the spatial analysis, we have assigned a site code for all areas in Abu Dhabi region. For the existing site code, we didn't change their site codes because it has been used in different places like the reports and publications. So we keep the same site code. But for the new areas, we have assigned a new site code based on the municipality layers or names or the old names. And you can see in this map, we have a different site code, maybe more than 100 site code. So we are ready to serve any area as we have a site code. In this video, we will see one of the example how the system it automatically will generate the site code. So you can see the site code of the middle DBN, and it has event. So we will start entering a new heritage asset to that event. So now zooming into that event, open the editor tool. So I will create a new heritage asset inside the event, and it will generate automatically DBN with 0001 because it's the first site in this area. In case we have other site there, it will give me the following available site code. Designated area. So what are the designated area? The designated area are the area with a specific regulation or the guideline. So we can see here the detailed record view. It has the information about the site, and it has a unique ID, and we can see some example of the designated area, like the buffer zone, designated area, the conservation area, and the World Heritage Site. Resources. As we have a lot of information, a lot of heritage site, it is very important to improve this information with the resources like video, picture, report, GIS data, GPS data, and a lot of information about the finds documents. Having all of this in one place will make it easy to find the information that we needed. In this example, we will see an example of the marine event that has been done by my colleagues, Dr. Noor Al-Hamili and Dr. Richard. They have done the first marine archaeology. So we can see some of the resources that has been collected during the event and the activity. So far away from here, it's very easily in front of your desk. You can see the information of the resources and the data and the report and a lot of other information. We can see here the map that related to this event. Organizations. Finding a new site and working with archaeology is not limited with the part of culture and tourism. A lot of other authorities working with DCT, and some of other authorities are finding some of the heritage assets during their constructions. So we have all of their information. In addition to that, all the associated events, all of their work that done by them, it's recorded in Adhar. People, same with the people. All the consultant and the people who is working and worked before with DCT in archaeology, all of their information are recorded in Adhar. So you can see here an example of my colleague, Dr. Mark Page, his information, and you can see some of the associated events. These are just some of the event. I know that Dr. Mark has more than these events. Exporting and importing data. As we have a lot of heritage assets and a lot of other data, it is very important to have an ability to export this data for different purposes. So for example, someone required the GIS data or the Excel sheet, so we have the ability to assign or decide which data that we need to export them, and we can select the area that we need to export them as well. And we can export them in different formats. We have the geodatabases, we have the Google Earth KMZ file, and a lot of other types. And importing data also is important because we're receiving some non-objection certificate applications, new projects. So we need to receive these plans and GIS data, import them here to Aadhaar, and checking the conflict with the heritage assets. Search. We mentioned that it's very important to have different options for search. We have the basic search, we have the advanced search. In addition, we have the time period filter. So for the basic search, we have the ability to search with the site name, with the site code, and some of the basic information. But with the advanced search, we have more ability to search with more conditions. And the time period filter, we can search by periods. So let's take an example of this information. Here, we will turn on this video which will explain the basic search. So first, we will search for a specific site code, which is MRW, which is Murawah site code. Then we'll search for event name, which is Murawah. Will show me all the event for the Murawah. Then we will search for a specific video and specific type. I will type the video name and the type of the video, and then I can open it. And finally, I can search for the people. So I will search for my colleague, Dr. Richard. So it will give me the option to open his record and to see all of the information. Then with the advanced search, we have the ability to search to have a special search, so I can decide where I need to search. To that area, I can draw a polygon to that area for searching. Then we have administration search, so we can search using the municipality layer. Like we need to search only within Abu Dhabi or Al-Dhafra or Al-Ain, and we can specify it further. Then we have the keyword search. Using the keyword search, you can search in any word in the system that's used in description or summary or titles. And let's play the video so we can see first. I will search within the map extent. So any site that's showing in the map, it will give me in the left side. Then I can export it. Then I will specify a condition specific search. So I will search that any site that starts with MRW, which is Murawah, that has international values only. So then I can have the result in the left side, and then I can zoom into that site. And the last option for search is the time period filter. You can see here the time slider with the information of all periods since 145 million years until the modern period. So using the time slider, we can have information about each period. And we can see the pictures, description, in case you need to refresh your mind, or if someone doesn't know about the period. And also I can search for a specific period. So here, it gave me all the sites that relate to the Islamic period. Base map and satellite image. As we mentioned that we have different options for base maps. So we have the satellite image, and we have the raster base map and the vector base map. So in this video, we will use 1972 satellite image in Yas Island to compare the situation before and now. We can see here how the Yas was and now. So you can see how it's extended as an artificial. So knowing this information, reducing the effort and the time, because no need to survey the remaining area of the artificial island. Dashboard. Now we will talk with some features that still we are working on them. So the first one, the dashboard. So as we have a lot of heritage assets, a lot of information, a lot of sites, it's very important to have them in statistics, and we can share them as a report. For the reports, I am sure that writing the reports takes a lot of time and effort for the team. But as we are entering all the information and all the data in underthe, why we don't have an automatic system that will generate reports using this information? So we are working on preparing a function that will generate a report automatically from the events or the heritage asset. And we can see here an example of one of the reports that's generated by the system. Layouts. Also, creating a map is very important for the archaeology. Before the survey, after the survey, or even during the excavations. So we are working on preparing the different style of layout to provide the options for the colleagues, even if they don't know how to use the GIS. It will be very basic function. Integration. As we mentioned, that integration is very important because it's saving time and reducing duplication of the work. So we have integration with EMU, which is a system for managing the museum assets. And we have the modern heritage. At the modern heritage, they have their own system. So we don't want to duplicate the work. So we have the information there, and we can mirror them to underthe. And finally, we have the ENOC, which is the electronic non-objection certificate by the Department of Municipality and Transport. So we will receive all the applications of NOC in our system to make sure that it doesn't reflect with any of the archaeological or heritage site. Underthe mobile application, also it's one of the things that we are working on it. So we have rangers who's monitoring or watering the site to make sure that these sites are protected or cleaned. So the publication will give the ability to the ranger to take a pictures, report the situation of this site, and a report will be sent to the supervisor for his actions. A future development, as we have a mobile application for monitoring the situation of the site. Also, it's very important to have a function to collect the information and data from the site. Then 3D model for heritage site. It's very good to have interactive map that shows how the site looks. Public interface. Currently, we are focusing on enhancing our data, on improving and adding all of the information in different places to one place, which is underthe. Once we complete this step, we will start thinking about the public interface and decide which sites that we need to make them publicly. And finally, as it's a system, it's very important to have continued development, and to make sure it's up to date without any issue or bugs. In conclusion, thank you for listening. Just to mention that maybe I didn't cover everything on the system because of the limitation of the time, but it's very important to have historic environment record in any authority for managing the heritage asset, because we are not dealing with a normal data. The data itself is very important, but imagine that we are dealing with the data that of 100 or 1,000 or million years. So if we will lose this data, we will not find them again. So it's very important to protect them and keep them in protected area. And if you have any question, you can ask me anytime after the sessions. I'm available today or tomorrow, or even if you can contact me by email, we can give you the business cards for myself and Dr. Richard Cutler. Before I conclude, I would like to thank Dr. Richard Cutler. Really, Dr. Richard has worked very hard on this project, so he deserves a greeting, really. And now over to Dr. Mark Beach, who will be the chair of the first part of the session today. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Mark Beach. So we're going to start the conference today. Welcome to Abu Dhabi, all of you. Some of you have traveled from far. The session today is going to be Paleolithic to Neolithic. We have 8 really interesting speakers. I would ask the speakers to please keep on time. You have 20 minutes each. We'll have a moderated discussion at the end of everyone's papers. So if you hold your questions and things, write down notes on what you would like to ask. Anyway, let's begin today's session. We'll begin with someone who's not a stranger to the UAE, Mark Handel. Mark Handel works at the Austrian Archaeological Institute, and we've known Mark for a long time. He's a veteran of the German Archaeological Mission, having worked in Jebel Buhais. His current research is focused on Upper Paleolithic in Central Europe, but he's also been working on the Paleolithic and Neolithic material here. So Mark, please join us.
Well, thank you, Mark, for this kind introduction. Good morning, everyone. Until recently, the Paleolithic record of Abu Dhabi Emirate remained sparse and little contextualized, with the exception of the Middle Paleolithic site of Jebel Baraka in the western region. Other observations regarding potential Paleolithic artifacts were mostly made around Jebel Hafid south of Al Ain. Lithic find scatters from the plain east of Jebel Hafid were first reported and briefly investigated during the first French archaeological mission to Abu Dhabi in 1977. Reported was a group of dark-colored shallow mounds with Neolithic stone artifacts. In the 1980s, Hans-Georg Gebel conducted a small excavation on one of the mounds and also reported the occurrence of a few potential pre-Holocene lithic artifacts from the wider Al Ain area. In 2019, we started by re-identifying the known site, a group of 7 shallow mounds. Further objectives were testing the potential for finding evidence for Paleolithic occupation, as well as assessment and documentation of lithic raw material sources. We soon identified a second group of mounds that can be seen here on the slide with comparable composition and artifact distribution farther north. The first surveys already provided a small sample of potential Paleolithic stone artifacts. A third group of 6 mounds is located between these 2 sites. Here, artifacts attributable to Paleolithic techno-complexes are absent, while Holocene preparation and blank production, as well as Arabian bifacial tradition, are well documented. The mounds of these 3 sites are covered with ophiolite and serpentinite gravel and include metamorphic siliceous raw material. None of these materials occur locally at Jebel Hafid. They must therefore have been transported to and deposited at their current locations. The Jebel Hafid sequence includes early Eocene to Miocene formations. It is built up of limestones and gypsum formed in shallow marine environments and forms the top of the regional geological sequence beneath the Quaternary, fluvial, and Aeolian sediments. In contrast, the metamorphic siliceous raw materials are connected to earlier formations that occur along the west edge of the Al-Hajra Mountains in the contact zone between semile ophiolites and the superimposed tertiary limestone sequence. This assessment agrees with the dominance of Harzburgite over limestone gravel on the mounds, which is the reason for their dark color. At Jebel Hafid, in contrast, the only potential chert source is the Rus formation in the center of the Hafid anticline. Rus cherts, however, do not occur on these mounds. Artifacts of both Neolithic and Holocene and Paleolithic character found on the mounds were produced mainly on an ochre-colored metamorphic material, a jasper, which is associated with other materials such as chalcedony and quartzite. Jasper is a raw material commonly found at many inland and coastal Neolithic sites in the northern Emirates, as many of you will know. Known sources for jasper extend from the hills east of Fili in Sharjah, north to Jebel al-Matarat in Ras Al Khaimah. The workshops and secondary raw material deposits on the mounds are complemented by other sites with chipped stone scatters in the surroundings that are not connected to raw material occurrences, but most probably used these mounds as sources. Survey along the glacis and slope of Jebel Hafid's east side provided only an isolated napping workshop centered around a megacore. Degrees of weathering and patination suggest a Paleolithic context, but the finding cannot be placed into a specific techno-complex. To the east of Jebel Hafid, the Al-Jaw alluvial plain extends to the Malaket Mundassa anticline at the border to Oman. It is covered by gravel deposited later than the pluvial phase of the Holocene optimum. Three bedrock formations form the Malaket Mundassa anticline: Jebel Malaket in the north, Mundassa in the middle, and Jebel Sa in the southeast. All provide siliceous raw materials and chipped stone artifacts. Site 0126 is the by far richest and largest raw material and chert napping site we encountered. Here, cherts occur in primary position, embedded in a calcareous matrix, as well as in form of nodules, tested nodules, cores, primary production waste, blanks, and tools. Technotypological characteristics, as well as different states of patination and weathering, document a wide chronological spectrum, ranging at least from the Middle Pleistocene into the Holocene, but show a dominance of Middle Paleolithic. The site extends along the west face of the southern part of Jebel Mundassa and stretches over a total area of about 120 hectares. As the north part of the ridge is not accessible, the site could actually be even larger. The site is located on a glacis covered by a colluvium of calcareous cobbles with a high portion of siliceous raw materials ranging from quartzite and silicified sandstone to siliceous limestone, together with a variety of chalcedonies and jaspers. The main primary outcrop consists of fractured but more or less in situ blocks of the Upper Cretaceous, Late Campanian, Late Maastrichtian Simsima formation at the immediate contact zone to the Cretaceous ophiolites. The core area of the site shows a concentration of Middle Paleolithic napping workshops. At the same time, the site also documents activities beyond mining and lithic primary production, as is illustrated by the presence of domestic tools. Investigations in the north part of Jebel Hafid provided interesting results, both in terms of new find spots representing Neolithic and Bronze Age occupation, as well as localization of an important primary lithic raw material source. Intact paleosurfaces with prehistoric sites are preserved on the terraces of Wadi Tarabat. Site 128 displays a continuous scatter of lithic artifacts with varying concentrations, showing a clear spatial patterning. The lithic raw material was brought to the site and consists mainly of chert from the nearby Rus formation. A much smaller chert knapping workshop was recorded on a mound. Holocene material dominates, but the assemblage also includes blades of upper late Paleolithic character. Here we have the primary roost chert source exposed at the base of the mound. While individual layers of the early Eocene roost chert sequence are locally exposed in Wadi Tarabat, the entire sequence was identified by us in the upper Wadi Nahayan and on the lower northernmost part of Jebel Hafid. The main chert sequence is up to 5 meters thick and extends over a larger area. The roost cherts are very homogeneous, but show a high variability in color, ranging from light-colored gray to pink, to orange, beige, brown, and even deep red. In contrast to the metamorphic raw materials, fossil inclusions are much more abundant and far better preserved. Let's now have a look at the artifacts. The spectrum of classes includes cores, flakes, blades, bladelets, and chips. Debris, preparation, debitage, crested flakes, tested raw material, and macro tools. Cores can be attributed to the classes platform cores, surface cores, including subclasses of parallel, inclined, and discoidal surface cores. So to date, the lithic find inventory comprises about 800 artifacts, of which 192 are types and were collected from 13 separate sites. The high number of types in comparison to the total number of artifacts reflects our generally selective character of the collection. Please note that the recorded assemblages do not represent complete lithic production sequences, but are particularly focused on typologically and technologically significant objects. Artifact classes such as chips, bladelets, debris, or preparation debitage are therefore underrepresented. In addition, objects of small sizes such as chips and bladelets are commonly less abundant on surface sites due to the general formation processes. Besides differences in terms of technology and typology, the lithic objects also show varying degrees of patination and weathering. While these processes of physical and chemical transformation are dependent upon individual characteristics of the different raw materials and differential environmental impacts, it can be assumed that pieces from stable surfaces have generally gone through similar post-depositional processes. Therefore, the two factors can provide indications regarding the chronological placement of lithic artifacts and were included in our recording system. So stone artifacts collected from exposed surfaces often represent numerous unrelated events rather than closed coherent units. This results in assemblages of diachronic character, which may display multiple technological, typological, functional, and chronocultural attributes. In order to subdivide and classify these surface collections into separate units, despite their palimpsest nature, we continuously adapted and updated the recording process for the lithic artifacts. And this led to the simplified classification breakdown you are seeing on the screen. The oldest elements in the assemblages are represented by 20 objects assigned to the lower Paleolithic. These include large cutting tools such as hand axes and cleavers, occurring both as preforms and as finished tools produced on big cores and flakes. The lower Paleolithic techno-complex was only documented at this large site I introduced, site 0126. Based on their typotechnological features, these artifacts can be assigned to the Acheulean, the longest-lasting technological tradition in hominin evolutionary history. Finds attributed to the Acheulean are reported from several regions of the Arabian Peninsula. In the UAE, however, they have so far only been documented at Suhaila 1 in Sharjah. There is, however, a typological difference. In contrast to Suhaila 1, here, the assemblage here includes cleavers. Whether this refers to different chronological or functional settings cannot be clarified, based on our present knowledge, and given that both assemblages are surface collections. Okay, sorry. 100 objects can be placed into the Middle Paleolithic. Attributed to the Levallois techno-complex, these artifacts display a completely different method of lithic reduction that aim at the production of flakes and points. The knapping process is composed of differing stages of core preparation and reduction, and often creates highly characteristic artifacts. The typological spectrum includes Levallois points, side scrapers, perforators, small bifacials, as well as notched and laterally retouched pieces. The majority of the types were produced on flakes. A clear technological pattern emerges from the core analysis, which allows the assignment to Levallois technology. Parallel platform cores with preferential reduction dominate. In addition, there are 3 inclined surface cores and 1 discoid surface core. All cores display centripetal negatives on their reduction surface and were used for flake production. In contrast, the upper late Paleolithic techno-complex shows a significantly higher portion of elongated blanks produced on platform cores. The 81 objects refer to rather regular and systematic reduction processes. The typological classes comprise notched and laterally retouched pieces, perforators, denticulates, and end scrapers. The cores generally refer to the systematic production of narrow blanks in the form of blades, bladelets, and elongated flakes. The majority of the cores feature single striking platforms and reduction surfaces. The blanks were mostly produced applying unipolar reduction. The map shows the investigated area with the lithic artifact sites classified by techno-complex, as well as the primary and secondary lithic source areas. The Paleolithic artifact scatters are more bound to the lithic raw material sources and connected to stable paleosurfaces in more elevated areas, while Holocene lithic scatters also occur farther away from the raw material sources in lower topographic positions and on slopes. In contrast, scatters of lithic artifacts did not preserve on the very young Al-Jaw alluvial plain with its high sedimentation dynamics. The new fieldwork and reassessment of collections demonstrates the presence of the major Paleolithic techno-complexes in Abu Dhabi. Due to the lack of stratification, a clear chronological assignment of the first lower Paleolithic assemblage documented in Abu Dhabi is presently not possible. The inventory is most probably connected to occupation by Homo erectus and linked to one or more pluvial phases during the early to middle Pleistocene, in the time frame between 1.5 million and 400,000 years ago, when based on the comparison with the record from adjacent areas in the wider region. Middle Paleolithic occupation in Abu Dhabi is now documented in 2 different areas, in the Hafid area and at Jebel Baraka. Similar to the significance of the Arabian Lower Paleolithic for the expansion of archaic hominins, the investigation of Middle Paleolithic occupation in Arabia is of great importance for understanding the diffusion of anatomically modern humans from Africa into Eurasia. Besides the assemblages from the Hafid area and Jebel Baraka, Middle Paleolithic artifacts were also recorded elsewhere in the UAE, in Ras Al Khaimah and in Sharjah from surface collections, and more significantly, stratified at Jebel Faya in Sharjah Emirate. Since numerical ages are not available for the assemblages from Jebel Baraka and the Hafid area, the hypothetical time frame must remain rather wide, between about 240 and 55 to 50,000 years ago. In Abu Dhabi Emirate, artifacts attributed to the upper or late Paleolithic have been documented for the very first time in the Hafid area. Whether this hitherto sparse record is a result of a generally low density of upper late Paleolithic occupation, of preservation-related factors or of potential research gaps cannot be clarified at this stage. Assemblages characterized by a higher portion of elongated blanks have been reported from a number of sites in southern Arabia, such as Yemen, Oman, and Sharjah. A key factor for the abundant record of lithic industries in the Hafid area and at Jebel Baraka is given by the presence of rich primary and secondary lithic raw material sources to which most sites are directly connected. From a geomorphological perspective, both find regions are characterized by the presence of paleosurfaces that allowed for preservation of the Paleolithic record. In addition, the sites are located in proximity to paleo-alluvial contexts with the potential of providing the biodiversity and productivity required for sustaining hunter-gatherer populations at times when the environmental conditions were sufficiently favorable. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, thank you very much. That was a great start and straight into Stone Age Abu Dhabi. We're going to move now to Dr. Knut Bredska. Dr. Knut is head of the German Archaeological Mission in Sharjah. He's been working for many years, again, working with Mark originally, with Hans-Peter Ertmann, Margareta Ertmann, Dr. Sabah Jassim at the Jebel Buhais site, and then more recently, Knut's been excavating the Jebel Buhais rock shelter and more work at Jebel Faya. So Knut, please.
The point? Yes, right. Yeah, right. Okay.
Yeah. If you want to look around, we'll speak here.
Yeah, I try to, I think. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I put my bottle here. First of all, I would like to say thank you for inviting me to this wonderful conference. I really look forward to hear the latest news about archaeology in the United Arab Emirates. Today I'm here to talk about the Middle and Upper Paleolithic occupations in the central region of Sharjah. I'm very happy to hear that there's now other teams working systematically on the recovery of Paleolithic material from the region. I'm looking forward to exchange ideas and information on the materials, which I think is very important. Okay, come back to, yes. The Pleistocene archaeological record of Arabia is very thin compared with neighboring regions in the north, such as the Levant or even in Africa. You see here all archaeological sites with absolute chronometric dates. What we can really identify easily is that these are scattered within time, and we do have very limited information for many time periods. Most obviously, we do have no Paleolithic records for time periods, so-called marine isotopic stage 2, 4, and 6. So the occupational gaps correlate with supposedly hyper-arid periods. MES 2, 4, and 6 are thought to be very arid and very few precipitation, and are thought that no hunter-gatherer communities would be able to survive in the region. So this is very standard at the moment. So let's have a brief look on the German mission to Sharjah. We are a research collaboration between Sharjah Archaeology Authority and the University of Tübingen. It started, I think, back in 1999. Since 2012, I came into play and took over the lead of the German mission, and also I started focusing on the Paleolithic period. Key sites for Paleolithic research in Sharjah are Jebel Buhais rock shelter, Jebel Faya, and Sohaila that we have already heard a bit about. Today I will focus on the first two, Jebel Buhay's rock shelter and Jebel Faya. Jebel Faya, as you all know, was first discovered and excavated by Hans-Peter Erdmann and his team from Tübingen University since 2003. And this rock shelter site gave information, first-time evidence for Paleolithic occupation of Southeast Arabia. And we see here the dating results from that time. We do have actually 4 Paleolithic assemblages, which are called assemblage A, B, C, and D. And Hans-Peter and his team, they were able to provide chronometric dates for assemblage A for about 40,000 years, and assemblage C about 125,000 years ago. So that was back in 2011. That was the very first dates for Paleolithic occupation. Unfortunately, they were not able to provide any date for the assemblage D, for example. This is the lowest layer, so that means the earliest occupation phase at Jebel Faya. We had a chance to go back to the site and sample again in this part, and we were able to produce an OSL age for assemblage D that shows the first occupation of the site can be dated to around 212,000 years ago. Later, when I took over the excavation, as I said in the beginning, excavation focused on the terrace in front of the rock shelter. And Hans-Peter already started excavating in this part. And we identified here a sequence of archaeological layers that were not easily connectable to what he has found on the terrace in front. So we focused here on the connection of these two. This is now called the fire shelter sequence. And you see here the profile of this area here, where we connected the archaeological sequence from inside the rock shelter and outside. And you see we were able to identify 7 archaeological horizons. So we have 7 periods of human occupation in the rock shelter. The uppermost, layer 1, was a mixed layer where we found evidence for human occupation during Bronze Age and even younger periods. But already in layer 2, we identified lithic artifacts exclusively, and we were pretty sure that this is the first Paleolithic layer. But of course, given that stratigraphic connection with what Hans-Peter has excavated only was possible with, for the lower part here, did not allow us to estimate the age of this upper part. So we decided to do our own dating project on the sequence. And you see here the red dots. These are the locations of OSL samples that we took from the site to develop a solid chronological evidence for the site. So it is in total, we collected 14 samples, which was not as easy because it's a very hard cemented sediments. Usually you use a tube that you hammer into the profile, but we couldn't do this because it was so hard. It was not possible to get any tube into the profile wall. So we came during the night and we scratched out the sediments from the spot that we identified during the day. And we measured everything, so we know exactly where everything is located. So, and here are the results. We now know that the upper part of the layer 2 is dated to 75 to 90,000 years. Then from layer 3 onwards, we are in the range of marine isotopic stage 5. The later parts, so 125 to 65, 115 to 150. You see, it's not easy with OSL to get a precise age, but we are sure, given the multiple samples that we have, that we talk here from layer 2 to layer 6, that we talk about marine isotopic stage 5 occupation. So we have several occupation phases between 130,000 and 75,000 years. What is important is that we dated also the lowest layer here. Here only comes bedrock underneath, so this is the very lowest layer that we excavated. And this one clearly separates from the other dates, and we have here evidence for human occupation at Jebel Faya between 160,000 and 190,000, which is significantly older than the upper areas, in the upper layers. To have just a brief look on the lithics that we found, it has been described already as a typical Middle Paleolithic sequence. In the lower part, in layers 7 and 6, we do have a bifacial technology together with some Levallois. And following layers, we do have an interesting in layer 4, for example, we have a high diversity of scrapers and denticulates are dominant tool types in this. We have even some stemmed pieces here in layer 4. And layer 2, you remember that's the youngest one, is while all other layers are more or less providing relatively similar tool technologies, the upper one is a little bit different. It's still within the range of Levallois, which is a distinct Middle Paleolithic way of producing tools, but it produces elongated flakes, sometimes even blades, and we distinguish elongated blades and flakes and blades. Well, blades are actually twice as long as white, and flakes, elongated flakes, they are not exactly twice as long as white, but almost. But you see the technology is clearly geared toward the production of these elongated pieces, and we do have a cores that feature bidirectional reduction. Almost 90% of the cores are bidirectional reduction cores. So, and now we put this into context, and what we see is that Faya D, the lowest layer, is related to marine isotopic stage 5. And then most important for me at the moment is that we have evidence from layer 7 that humans have occupied the region during a supposedly hyper-arid phase, namely marine isotopic stage 6. And then we have the Middle Paleolithic sequence on top from layer 6 to 3, and layer 2 towards the end of marine isotopic stage 5. And marine isotopic stage 5 is thought to be a very wet phase where we have permanently flowing rivers, most likely, in the region. So it's a very good period for occupation, whereas marine isotopic stage 6 is thought to be as arid, so arid that nobody could survive. But with our new evidence from layer 7, we now know that's maybe not true. So that's the very first evidence for this period. And we have to be careful, but it reminds us that probably more is going on out there than we know for the moment. Have a quick look to Jebel Buhays. Oh, sorry. Jebel Buhays, we now go 15 kilometers to the south along the same geomorphological situation. We do have Jebel Buhays rock shelter. It's right on the other side of Jebel Buhays in relation to Buhays 18, the famous Neolithic cemetery. There we excavated since 2017 a 3 by 6 meter trench, and we were able to identify 3 archaeological horizons. You see the numbers of lithics are quite good. So 1,000 for the uppermost layer, 600, and then layer 1, layer 1A and 2 are not finished yet. As you see here, we still have not entirely excavated the whole thing. We are continuing next April, hopefully. So, but you also see we collected, again, OSL samples from the different layers. You see the red dots here. And again, unfortunately, we haven't found any charcoal or any other material that could be dated using other radiocarbon, for example. But we managed to get some preliminary results for layer 1 and layer 1A. And these are again very exciting because, as Mark has already mentioned, this is a period that we do have no evidence for human occupation in Southeast Arabia. And the only other site is a test pit excavated down in Dhofar, where we also have a 30,000-year-old, a few lithic artifacts, I have to say. It's not a proper assemblage because it was just a test excavation. So, but here we have two layers that we would call Upper Paleolithic, so the late phase of the Paleolithic period. And it's also interesting because around 20,000 years ago, this was a period they called the last glacial maximum, where we can expect really hyper-arid conditions in desert regions because all the water was trapped in the ice and the North Pole in the south and in the glaciers. So just before and just after that very arid period, we do have evidence for human occupation at Jebel Buhais. That's very exciting, I think. But again, it's the very first evidence, so we have to make sure that we are right with our dating. So I went there just 2 weeks ago. I went to the site again to collect more samples, and I hope that the second round of OSL dating will confirm this and will provide a solid chronological model for the site. And also, of course, I hope to get some ages for the lower layer here, which is, from the archaeological point of view, a typical Middle Paleolithic material. So yes, as I said already, these two layers fall into a period where we have so far no other evidence from the entire Arabian Peninsula. In particular, the upper one, Buhais Rock Shelter 1, layer 1. Let's have a quick look on the material. It's very interesting. We have a platelet technology and backed points in in the uppermost layer AH1. These are very tiny backed, these are the backed platelets, and here's the backed platelets, a tiny point, another point here. We do have burines, and we do have these bidirectional cores. And we do have scrapers and a number of scraper types. We do see a difference to the lower layer AH1A. This is here shown. This is more typical Upper Paleolithic material. We do have a concentration on the production of plates. As I said, these are these elongated lithic artifacts here. And we do have cores and we do have these plates. So we have an entire reduction sequence. And but we are at the moment in the phase of analyzing all this material. We will go into more detail later. But it's interesting to see. I have personally never seen any assemblage with such a high degree of elongation and high frequency of blades. And we noticed from the one or the other surface spot, but in stratigraphy we have never found anything like this. So that's very exciting, and I'm really looking forward to study the material in detail and come up with the final conclusions in a few months, I guess. So back to our starting point. Pleistocene archaeological record shows human occupation is limited to humid periods. Well, I think we can now think differently. We have now evidence for human occupation in MES2 and MES6 from Jebel Faya and Jebel Buhais. So I think Pleistocene archaeological records from Southeast Arabia indicates human occupation was possible in supposedly hyper-arid periods. So to conclude, the new results from Jebel Faya and Jebel Buhais rock shelter extend the known occupation history into marine isotopic stage 7, 6, and 2. Buhay's rock shelter provides first-time evidence for upper Paleolithic occupation periods in Southeast Arabia. And there, of course, there are more questions arising than I would have an answer. At the forefront, I think, is did we underestimate early humans' ability to survive under climatically harsh conditions? Well, given the results that we have, or was the supposedly hyper-arid period not as arid as we think? I think the truth is probably somewhere in the middle. There's certainly, what we already know is there are some very brief wet phases within this generally hyper-arid periods, and maybe our occupations here are linked to these very brief phases. We can't say this for sure for the moment, given the uncertainties in the dating, but this is certainly a research question for the future. And the one thing I would like to mention is that the windows of opportunity model that has often suggested that humans come when it was wet and they went away when it was dry is maybe too simplistic a framework for understanding the complexities of ancient demography in Arabia. We need to be open-minded and need to be open to try to find evidence for periods that are thought to be too dry for human occupation. I have to say thank you to all these names listed here and institutions. Without their help, all this would not be possible. So I thank you very much for your patience, and yes, looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Knut. That was great. So that concludes the Paleolithic part of our meeting. I'd like to thank both Mark and Knut. As Peter McGee said at the beginning of the conference, really this latest archaeological work is rewriting the history, and especially rewriting the early history of the Emirates, as we've seen with these new OSL dates, pushing back the date at which we know human occupation in the UAE. So really, really remarkable. And especially our ideas have changed in the last few years. So we're going to move now to the Neolithic period. And again, a lot of the recent work, some of you may know, in the last few years has really changed our understanding of the Neolithic period and of the dating of that, and also of the different activities. And there's been some amazing sites that have been discovered. So I'd like to introduce my dear colleague, Nora Al-Hamali, who's part of our team, working in the Al Dhafra and Abu Dhabi capital region. And Nora's going to talk about some of the really latest fresh results. She just came from excavating on Marawa just a short time ago, literally 2 weeks ago or something. So Nora, please welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you've been enjoying the conference so far. So I'm Noor Al-Hamli. I've been working in DCT for 5 years now on archaeology of the Abu Dhabi Emirate. And today we'll be talking about Mrawah, MR11. I'm sure some of you have heard about the site. We've presented it several times at different conferences, but the information I'll be sharing with you today makes me really happy because it changes all we've thought about MR11. It just completely shifts the narrative, and it's super exciting. So today my presentation is on the funerary practices within the mortuary complex F, which is the latest structure that we've excavated on Mrawah. So first off, I'd like to thank the Area F team that have worked really hard this season, and for the last 2 years, Area F is one of the, no, don't look at that yet. Area F is one of the several mounds that we've identified on Marawah. So some of you have seen presentations on Area A, B, and C before, but Area F is another multi-cell complex within the MR11 site. And on the left side of the screen is the latest metashape we've developed from the photogrammetry. So MR11 Area F is separated into a main elongated cell that used to be 3 separate cells. It's gone through several phases of construction. The walls survive up to 1 meter in height in some places. It's a very impressive work of architecture. So we have different platforms on the western side of the structure, and towards the east we have these cells abutting the main structure. And the earliest phases of occupation, the earliest architectural phases, are associated with these post holes we've been finding underneath the walls of cell 11 in the interior and the exterior of the cell. And we've been finding these fire pits dug into the bedrock. So this is it's a really interesting example of earlier architectural innovation, where they've been digging into the bedrock, which we previously thought wasn't very possible, but we've been proven wrong, and it's really fun to be proven wrong in archaeology. So after that, we see these foundation layers where there's levelings and tappings of these fire pits and these post holes to begin the preparation for construction. And these are just some of the contexts you'll see abutting the walls, where they've dug like little divots in the caveats in the bedrock and filled them in with plaster vessels, stones, and very concreted sort of compacted sediment. Afterwards, we move into the construction of cell 11, which is the main cell. It's about 40 meters long, and it's between 2 to 5 meters in width. So the earlier phase of this cell saw the enclosure of between walls 1051 and 1133. So it kind of created a smaller cell in the center. We see the northern walls come up and the southern walls also rise. And a abutting cell 15, cell 12, and then cell 16 are tacked on at some point. Now we're talking about different phases. However, these phases can be a matter of a week, a month, a year. It's very hard to pinpoint these things. But what we do think is that there's seasonality in the construction of these structures. They leave the building, they leave the area, they leave MR11, they come back, they decide we need to fix up a wall or rehash a wall, or decide, hey, let's build a whole new cell on one side or the other. So that's fun. The next and final phases of occupation before the abandonment of the structure is what we'll be focusing on today, and it's the reason I'm like speed running the whole half of this presentation. So the final phases of occupations are the installation of the lintels into the walls and these human interments. I've added a very subtle representation on the map, but the following images of this presentation will contain human skeletons. So if you're not comfortable with that, here's your warning. So the first burial we'll talk about is the burial in cell 12, burial 1115. This is the burial of a young male, young adult male, about 180 in height. He was placed on a stone structure. So underneath him are these various stones suspending him high above the bedrock, and kind of holding him in place. And also during the excavation, we found that we couldn't find his head. At some point, this burial is reaccessed and the head is removed, whether that's in association with the installation of the entrances into the cell, because this cut runs along the top of his burial and goes from one entrance to the other. So whether that's associated with re-accession into the cell and trying to establish some movement, or if that's associated with mortuary practices and the removal of the skull, that is also plausible. With things like this, it's hard to pinpoint exactly what the intention is behind it. So, buried along with him, in his hand, in his left hand, you will see a human, you'll see a bone foreshaft. It's like for the people in the audience who don't come from an archaeological background, it's kind of like the shaft on an arrowhead, or like a tool that they'll tie the projectile point to. So you'll see the indents into the point, into the bone foreshaft. That's where they would suspend the tool. And we found that buried in his hand. So his fingers, the fingers of his left hand, are curled around this foreshaft in a very deliberate manner. And then you'll see on the left side, the foreshaft and the lithic probably were also in his left hand. Of course, his left hand was heavily disturbed, his right hand, it was heavily disturbed by the collapse of the structure and the movement of the sediment as well. But it's very deliberate. He was buried with a lot of grave goods. So just in his burial, this is some of the grave goods. There's a lot of tiger shark teeth pendant. There is the cormorant ulna, which is where the feathers of the cormorant are connected to. They've been snapped at either end to cover his body. So we found this dispersed all over the torso, the legs, and also near the ankles of the skeleton. So it could be the first evidences we find on MR11 of the type of clothing, or it could be that he was covered in these feathers as a form of mortuary practice. With him as well, there's these beautiful plaster vessel sherds. This one in particular has a repair hole and some incisions. And to the bottom of the screen, you'll see some polished soft stone tools and some lithics as well. I'm not going to talk too much about the lithics because Dr. Remy Krassad will elaborate on the lithics of MR11 and Rara. The next burial I'll be talking about is Cell 13's burial, 1116. This is the burial of a young female with measurements almost the same as mine, which is kind of creepy. But anyway, so the burial has a cranium broken up into 4 parts. So there's the posterior cranium towards the south of the burial. There's the anterior cranium, which is your forehead to face, on the north side of the burial. And then in the middle of the burial is an unhinged lower jaw that's been placed on top of the burial. So you have all these very deliberate placements of a secondary burial. And all of the long bones are aligned north-south as well. Even though this is a burial that's been redeposited into the structure, the placement of all of these bones is very deliberate. It's not a secondary thought. About the anterior cranium, the face, if you look on the right image, what you'll see is a natural cranial fusion, and then you'll see a cut through the skeleton that just completely ignores that cranial fusion. Around that whole face, there's been no loose cranial fragments in the deposit. It's a very clean cut from the zygomatic process near your eyes and forehead, kind of from the side, and then it goes all the way back and clips diagonally towards the other side of the head. So although this excavation has been literally last month, we didn't have the time to get a specialist to look at these, but this kind of looks very deliberate. Now, another human interment into cell 13 as well is 1183. 1183 are the burnt human remains of a unidentifiable skeleton. I mean, it's hard to get age and gender approximations from a pile of burnt bones that have been heavily fragmented and disturbed. This person has been charred or burned outside of the structure, but they've made it a conscious decision to bring him inside of the structure, collect all of his bones, his or her bones, and put them into the cranium in that cell. It's a very deliberate, conscious thought. There is one comparison to be made. I think it's via 10, and there was a little bit of human bone found in that site. But other than that, this is a very odd thing to find, but maybe not so odd in the context of a mortuary complex. Associated with the skeleton is this gorgeous gypsum plaque and a mammal bone triangular bead, shell beads of course, and a hammerstone with a very strong percussion mark at the end of it, and some painted plaster vessel sherds. Now, on top of that burial was another, interment. There's another interment of a human. Of course, the bones still need to be studied, so I can't exactly assume an age or gender for this one. What really sets this one apart is the immense volume of plaster vessel sherds that are dispersed in the sediment along with this burial. It's the most concentrated we've found so far. And there's also been a lot of turtle bones in this burial as well. There's been a flint dagger and a Kodakia shell. So the flint dagger and the Kodakia shell are very close to the other burial I showed you in the neighboring cell. So both of these burials are around 5.7 BC, and they're part of the earlier burials in the structure. So with the structure, these are some examples of the painted plaster vessels. That's the flint dagger, the Kodakia container shell, and the arrowhead. The last skeleton I'll be talking to you about today is a pile of, it's a secondary burial of an individual underneath the lintel between cells 1115 and cell 13. So these bones were interred slotted vertically into the space beneath the lintel. And there's this really well-constructed threshold kind of separating these bones from the rest of the cell. There weren't any obvious finds associated with this burial. However, underneath this set of bones, there were certainly a lot of plaster vessel sherds, and our first base to rim sherd came from underneath this set of bones. So these are the radiocarbon dates for the burials. They're about 5.7, which makes them pretty old, and some of the earliest burials we have in the Gulf and the Arabian Peninsula for the Neolithic period. So in conclusion, what do I want to say about this site? The discovery of these burials completely shifts what we've thought about MR11. We've thought that it was a settlement, an established settlement for fishermen that could sustain, that could be occupied 365. It was established, people stayed there, it was more sedentary. But what we think now is think of it more as not, for lack of a better word, think of it as more of a kind of pilgrimage, if you will, just for lack of a better word, but it's something that people came back to in seasons to fix up, to enter humans, to participate in these communal activities, whether it's making plasters, burying people, coming together to resolve conflicts between tribes and that. It was an absolute pleasure presenting to you guys today, and if you have any questions, we've got some time left.
Okay, thank you, Nora. That was fantastic. I mean, it's such an amazing site. I'm sure you're all really just amazed seeing that. We've been excavating on Marawa for many years now, but this season, and I'd like to especially thank Nora and Richard for leading our team there this year. And honestly, this site is rewriting history. As Peter said at the very beginning of the conference, our whole ideas about the Neolithic, for so many years, we just had Jebel Buhais in Sharjah and the burials there, and this is really showing new light on the practices and also pushing back the date of the Neolithic periods as well. You know, you saw the radiocarbon dates that Nora showed. It's pushing back in time. You know, we're pushing back in time with the Paleolithic, with the OSL dates, with the Neolithic. We're finding that the history of the UAE is much older and richer, and very mysterious, strange things going on that Nora was showing us. So we're going to move on now close to Marawa, and this was mentioned in the presentation of Tariq Al-Hamadi this morning when he talked about the historic environment record, about a new project, which is the marine project. And I'd like to introduce Dr. Richard Cutler now to talk about that project. And this is something new, underwater archaeology. No, come to the stage. Something new, and Richard and Nora have been very busy because we've done basically, they did 3 field seasons back to back, Gaga, Marawa, and the marine project. So hopefully you'll tell us about the remote sensing for underwater.
Thank you, Mark. As you say, it's been a very sort of busy year, really, for the whole of the sort of team, the HED team. And I'm really happy, actually, to come and talk to you today, to have the opportunity to do this, to talk about marine archaeology in Abu Dhabi, because the marine archaeology here is really in its infancy at the moment. And what I want to talk about today is a little bit about sea levels and start thinking about why sea levels are important and why that is going to make a difference to the type of sites that we're likely to expect within the marine areas. And then we'll go on after that to have a look a little bit about environment and also look at the project that we did in the marine areas to the south of Marawa Island as well. So just looking a little bit at sea level changes, there's been huge sea level changes over the past, well, this shows 140,000 years, but even in the last 20,000 years, we can see here. The LGM stands for last glacial maximum. As Knut mentioned, there's lots of ice locked up in the northern hemisphere, which means that sea levels dropped over 120 meters. Now, the marine areas off Abu Dhabi are very shallow. They're only down to about 30 meters, so that this means that when sea levels dropped below 30 meters of present mean sea level, that there were large areas that became habitable and where people could live and etc. So what this project is about is firstly about trying to understand that landscape and then thinking about how do we start to investigate that landscape and how do we find the archaeological sites within that landscape and what type of sites are we likely to expect. So if we're looking at sea levels around about 30 meters below present day, this is a map of the marine areas. So I'll mention the marine area of Abu Dhabi is somewhere around about 37,000 square kilometers. So some of the maps that Tariq Al-Hamadi showed you from the historic environment record, you can see that there are literally hundreds, if not 1,000 odd sites within the terrestrial areas. That's because over the past 30 to 40 years there's been a lot of work done within the terrestrial areas. So there's been a lot of sites found, and we're beginning to understand a lot more. Within the marine areas, there's likely to be a similar number of sites, if not more, within that region. So this is a map that was generated using GEBCO data, which is actually available from the internet. It's got about a 500-meter horizontal resolution. And what we can see from this, we then use that map. It's a topographic map of the seabed that shows seabed heights, and then we can start to do flood models on that. And the flood models are, so the flooding is shown in the blue areas there. Let's just see, does this? So the flooding is shown in the blue areas. The sort of areas that we've got here of the lighter colour and the sort of brown are slightly higher areas here. And one thing that we can start to notice here is actually, while it's 30 metres deep as we go to the northern parts of Abu Dhabi, there's then this kind of barrier of higher ground, which actually only drops down to about 10 metres. So there's, if you like, this kind of to almost, well, east-west ridge of higher ground. And this ridge protects a deeper basin around Dalma Island, where it drops back down to about 30 metres within this area. So, I mean, we can perhaps think, if we're doing flood models of the marine areas, isn't everywhere at some point a coastline? Can't we, excuse me, can't we sort of say that as the sea levels gradually rose, everywhere would be on the shoreline at some point? Well, no, that's not strictly true, and I'll show you in a second why. The other thing is that we can use these maps to start understanding the landscape, begin to start understanding how people operated within that landscape when sea levels were lower. So this is, I mentioned the area around Dalma. This is actually quite important because as sea levels rose, they would have risen from 30 metres to around about minus 10 metres, and we're looking at around about 9,400 to 9,200 years ago. Despite the fact that Dalma was a deeper area, it would not have flooded at this time. And that's because this ridge of higher ground that's around about minus 10. So this area around Dalma is probably connected to earlier river channels that ran through the Sabkamati probably during the Miocene period, so going back to about 6 million years ago. So probably part of this river channel, and with an outlet somewhere on the to the sort of northeast of Dalma Island. So this is just a very sort of quick schematic cross-section to show why everywhere isn't a shoreline as sea levels rise. So if we see on the right-hand side, this is sea level rise gradually here. And at this point, what's actually happened is that if we can imagine that this basin here, enderic basin, which means that it's got no water outflow from the basin, it's actually quite a way below sea level. And this is what happened in Dalma. So Dalma would have flooded quite late. It would have flooded probably fairly quickly as well. So after about 9,000 years ago, again, we're looking at using index points from different parts of the world, looking at what the sea level is like in other parts of the world, and then comparing it to here. Things are not necessarily directly comparable because we get things like tectonic change and this kind of thing going on, but they do give you very general reference points in terms of what's happening. And then we can see that around where we have Yas Island, where we've got this yellow arrow running into this area here with the red square. That's the core al-Bazm, and probably Abu al-Abyad, together with Marawa Island, together with Lithia Island, and so on, and Bazm Island. This whole area was probably a former headland, which means the core itself, while it was being fed from around Yas Island, was probably a very favourable area for navigation in there. So the red area here is actually where we began to focus in on, because we felt that this area was probably very favourable for navigation, early navigation, sea navigation within this area around about sort of 8,000 to 7,000 years ago. And as Noor al-Hamali mentioned, there's the very important site of Marawa, which dates to a similar period on the south of the island there. So the second data set that we started to use was satellite-derived bathymetry. So satellite-derived bathymetry is really very, very good because it enables the analysis of satellite images, looking at the pixels of satellite images, and then they can be analysed to look at water depths. So the resolution of that information, of the map, depends on the size of the pixel of the satellite image. And that's very good down to about 10 meters. Once you get below 10 meters, it's the opacity of the water column that becomes an issue. But it's given us very good maps, and the idea is using these maps to try and focus in on areas that are important, trying to develop a research strategy for marine archaeology. So, and again, just looking at Marawa and one or two of the other Neolithic sites, we know during the Neolithic people are focusing on occupation on the islands. Islands are very important. They provide marine resources, land-based resources. They're also act as enclosures. They're more defendable. And we also notice that people tend to focus their settlements towards the southern end of these islands as well, to give them shelter from the main part of the Gulf. So during December last year, we started a marine geophysics project. We were looking at what different platforms might provide us with information about the seabed and how we can begin to start finding sites that may predate marine transgression, but also looking at possible shipwrecks and this kind of thing. So using the satellite-derived bathymetry, the bathymetric maps that we developed, we focused in on 5 areas for targeted marine geophysics. And the platform that we opted for here is side-scan sonar, which gives a very good image of the seabed, even in difficult conditions, even if there's no visibility, because it operates from sound. It's not like trying to take a photograph, but it will give very, very good image of the seabed. And on the right-hand side, there's Noor al-Hamali collecting data from the side-scan sonar. So the sonar is towed behind the boat. It's that torpedo-shaped instrument, and we tow it with a cable behind the boat, and it gives out an acoustic signal either side of the towfish. And the reflectance from that gives us an image in transects as we're navigating up and down. And this gives you a little bit of an idea. So in the top picture, the right-hand monitor is our navigation. So we need GPS, we need to know where we're navigating, and we're navigating transects, and that guides us to keep a straight line, because we've got no fixed horizon points to move in a straight line. You have to use the GPS. And then on the left-hand side is the data collection, this is a larger screen of it here. What we found was that with the towfish we could collect data, low frequency and high frequency, so around 600 and about 1600 kilohertz. The low frequency is very good for traveling through the water, but gives us a low resolution. That's the bottom return. And then the second one with the yellow band on it is the high frequency. So the low frequency, we were getting a swath width of about 200 meters, 100 meters either side, and about 50 meters either side on the high frequency here. And so just looking at two main areas here in terms of the results from this. We focused in on area A and B. Now, B was particularly interesting because there were these, what we could see, ridges within the satellite-derived bathymetry. What the lower image is this area B, but actually all of these, so these are the transect lines that we sailed with the boat, and then that's each of these transect lines that have been mosaicked together. And so what we actually get is much better understanding of the landscape by mosaicing these images together like this. And then this top one is a interpretation of the bottom image, just showing actually, yes, we picked up the ridges that we could see within the satellite-derived bathymetry, but there were also many more. So for each ridge, there were about 4 or 5 other ridges that we could actually pick up with the side scan sonar. Now, it's interesting. We started to think, well, what are these? Actually, are these ridges? What do they relate to? And they're not evident within the terrestrial side. So if you go onto Marawa and walk around and look at the topography of Marawa, or within the mainland of Abu Dhabi, these ridges don't continue. So we think they must be something related to marine deposition. And if you remember the yellow arrow, how it was coming into the core Al-Bazm, it's quite possible that these ridges actually relate to former beach ridges. So deeper one, the deeper area around where we've got 1, coming up to the more shallower areas where we've got 7. Why this is important is for two reasons. Firstly, we know that relic beach ridges are a focus for Neolithic occupation. So these have potential for Neolithic archaeology. The second important thing is that what we can do is we can come back with a core, and we can use this data to target those beach ridges, and we can core them. And what that data will give us, firstly, it will hopefully tell us whether there's Neolithic occupation within those ridges or not. And the second thing that we can definitely do with it is to start taking things like OSL dates. If there's radiocarbon, we can take radiocarbon dates. And what that does is start refining down when marine transgression events happened within this part of the region. And it's very, very important for us to begin to tie that down here. As I say, we can take sea level index points from other parts of the world, but because of tectonic plate movement and shift, we can't be 100% sure it relates exactly to what's going on in this part of the region. The second area we looked at, this is area C that I mentioned. Again, we targeted this because we could see 4 what would have been former islands within the core Al-Bazm. So we went over that, and actually we got 4 on the sort of center island, the largest one. We got 4 anomalies. Now, we dived on these. We had I mean, they look great on the side scan sonar. We were quite excited about these. They look very good. it's when you dive, it's not straightforward because things are covered. I mean, whether they're man-made or whether they're natural, they're covered with 9,000 years of coral, seagrass, and everything else, and really trying to determine how these, you know, whether they're natural or whether they're man-made is actually quite difficult. But you can see, you know, the side scan is very, very good for picking these kind of features up. So the results from the side scan work has shown us the ridges that are likely to be, or could be, marine beach ridges. It's helped us, and we know that it's a very, very good system for searching for archaeological sites, both predating marine transgression and also looking for shipwrecks and this kind of thing as well. So, I mean, while we're in very, very early days with this, the potential for this kind of technology to start helping us to find sites within this region is really very good, because there are new platforms being developed all the time. The resolution of platforms is improving constantly. Now, the other kind of really important thing is collaborating with other teams, collaborating together with oil companies, collaborating together with infrastructure companies, collaborating together with the environment department, etc. as well, because all of these teams are gathering this types of data, but they gather 3D seismic data, they gather sub-bottom, they gather data from lots of different platforms, and we can then use that to add value. We can reassess it for archaeological purposes. And a note just to say, while the work that we did in Marawa, we were covering about 5 square kilometers a day with marine side scan sonar. The marine areas of Abu Dhabi are 37,000 square kilometers, so you can imagine it would take us years and years if we wanted to cover the whole lot. But by working together with other entities, we have the opportunity to start thinking about looking at very large areas with data sets that have already been taken. And just on the final note, we did a very, very quick literature review of sea level dates. This is all basically around various parts of the world, particularly far-field sites and so on. And we have some of these are actually from the Gulf, but we don't have ones from the Gulf that go beyond about 7,000 years ago. And the reason for this is they're in the marine areas and much more difficult to take. At the top there as well is just a comparison with the Neolithic sites and the changes that we've got in sea level. And what we see is a kind of explosion, really, as sea level rises. There's this explosion of sites around about 7,800, 7,500 years ago. So we have to start thinking, where are the sites that predate that? Okay, so I'd like to say, actually, thank you very much to my colleagues on the project, Nora Al-Hamali and Peter McGee. I'd like to say thank you to my colleagues as well from the Historic Environment Department too, and also thank you to the session organisers as well, who've put a lot of hard work into this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Richard, for that fascinating insight. I think I'm right in saying that of our archaeology conferences, it's the first time we've actually gone underwater, actually, really, in a systematic way. And it's showing that the recent work is really opening up new frontiers, especially the new frontiers underwater, and the potential for helping us understand the situation on the land. And I'd like to thank Richard and Nora, especially for their hard work. It is quite hard work, and Peter McGee even joined them, I think, for a diving on that as well. And so he knows just how hard work it is, especially with the sea conditions in the western region. And it's very, very hard, but actually they did this amazing first season, and it shows the potential. And the main thing it demonstrated was that the technique of being able to identify anomalies using side scanning sonar. And as Richard said, there's new technology coming out all the time, and we're trying to embrace some of this new technology to use for archaeological surveys. So we're going to keep on the Neolithic theme, and another member of our team who's very well known to you, Dr. Remy Crassard, is a senior researcher at the CNRS, Centre National Recherche Scientifique. And Remy is known to many of you. He's worked in Saudi Arabia, here in Yemen, in Jordan, known for work on desert kites recently, but especially known for work on lithics. And we look forward to hearing about your work on the lithics from Marawa that Nora talked about, and from Gaga Island. That's one of the other sites that Nora, Richard, myself are investigating. Thank you, Remy.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark, and thank you very much for organizing this conference. I'm very honored to be being invited, so thank you very much. I would like to thank also my co-authors on this paper, Mark, Richard, and Nora, and thank them for inviting me for studying the stone tools from the Neolithic sites of Marawa and Rara Islands. So I will talk very quickly, well, I'll try very quickly about the finds from Marawa and Rara, the questions, the new questions we have about them. I will also emphasize and talk about the bigger picture of the Arabian Peninsula and the link of the Emirati archaeology has to do with the rest of the Arabia, and about the new question that these new sites are raising. So Rara Island is located 80 kilometers west of Dalma. Also west of Marawa, it's about 170 kilometers. And from here, it's almost 300 kilometers. So Gaga features two main elevated rocky islands, some areas of Sepra, intertidal lagoons, and the south-facing sandy shores. You can see on the map that several Neolithic sites have been discovered from surface discoveries, and including Gaga 63 site that was from the beginning surface finds of, I would say, usual barb and tanged flat bifacial arrowheads, and also some bifacial elements and some blade flake elements from the surface. This site has been excavated for the first time last year, I think, just for one season, and it will be re-excavating again. So it's very early to say anything else about this new Neolithic site, but it will be very exciting to see what's going on with the new excavation in a few weeks now, in a few months. So the most interesting site for us today is Rara 14, because this site has been more widely excavated, and I think you've seen this before. So excavated by the DCT Abu Dhabi teams, including Noura and Richard, and Mark, I think, of course. So this is this is a very important site because it yields the earliest Neolithic stone structures in the Gulf, and I might say in the Arabian Peninsula, because it's hard to find something older with that domestic stone architecture. So you can see it from the mid 7th millennium BC. And there were some 1 meter high residual elevation for these limestone walls, and that they could have some organic roofing. So this will be published very soon in the proceedings for the Seminar for Arabian Studies. For the lithic assemblage, so the stone tools that has been found in all these seasons of work, and the site is completely excavated now. It's a very small assemblage with not even 300 artifacts, and just 10% of retouch tools that we are interested about today, because they are mainly arrowheads, as you can see, and they are all bifacial, thin points with a symmetrical section. And most of them have barbs and tangs, so it means little wings and tangs, from 4 distinctive types. So it's not a lot of diversity, not a lot of variability, but still very homogeneous, and shows that it's the main artifact type that is found there. Interestingly, there are no 2 types of tools that are not found in this site. It's the tile knives and the trihedral points that are also very typical type of tools from the Neolithic. So just remember this, in Rara 14 site, you only find that kind of tool, and this it's really homogeneous for the whole site, even if the assemblage is quite small. So now let's go to Marawa Highland on the MR11 site, so Marawa 11. So it's about 100 kilometers of the west of Abu Dhabi, and it's Marawa 11 is a site that is also very old, as Noura showed you before, for this area F that was excavated recently. But it's mainly a group of at least 7 mounds that are represented in these A, B, C, D, E, F, G areas. And as Noura said, I think excavations were already made on area A, B, C, F, and it's been almost 20 years now that there is work on Marawa Neolithic. So each of these areas revealed different forms of architecture. Part of the tripartite house in area A postdates an earlier building. Area B and C comprise a series of differently shaped rooms and paved areas with multiple entrances. And as Noura showed you before, area F indicates the presence of these multi-celled structures. Of course, the material is extremely rich, extremely diverse. It's quite unique also for the region and for the Arabian Peninsula in general, having all the plaster vessels and shell tools, ornaments, pearls, fish remains, and all kind of organic remains. For the stone tools, actually the assemblage there is very large. It's almost 2,400 lithic artifacts. So lithic means stone tools. From about, I don't know how many seasons of work, but more than 10 years of research. So it's definitely a reference site for the UAE and Arabia in general. There is no church, no flint really on the island. So it means that there was really also a connection with further raw material procurement sites like Ras Al Jila, Ruwais, Jebel Baraka, Ras Rumais, so all the sites that are actually on the continent, not so far, and as my colleagues previously talked about before in the pre-talks. There are also not only chert and flints, there are also quartz sites and quartz that some of them could be found on the island. And most of the assemblage, most of the lithics that are found are in fact flakes and debris and little pieces that are not really they are always interesting to study, but they are not giving necessarily a lot of information. So we are really focusing on the tools. There are little, there are quite important proportion of tools with almost 20%. And there you can find a little bit more diversity than on the previous site before on Gaga 14. You have these tie knives I was talking about before, and they are almost a quarter of the whole tool assemblage. You have these trihedral points I was talking about also, and it's also a quarter of the assemblage, so it's huge. And then you have all other type of tools that are just retouched flakes or some other tools that are not really recognizable. And also a strong proportion of bifacial tools, so it means that they were worked on both faces, on two faces, bifacial tools in general, and also the bifacial arrowheads that we saw before for Gaga 14. So the tie knives, you can see they are just at the end very, very simple opportunistic tools, because they are just using small plaquettes, small tabular natural stones. So you can see the cortex is still is still visible, and that's just the use of an age. Sometimes when we study the flakes itself, because we find a lot of flakes, so they are in majority wider than longer than they are long, and they often come from the use of the tie knife. So at the end, and there will be some experiment that will be important to do, it would be interesting to find exactly the function of these tie knives, because actually they could not be totally intentionally shaped. Maybe the flakes we're finding are due to their use as percussive elements and not as cutting elements. About the arrowheads, of course, there's these main two types, the trihedral points, and you see one example on the picture, and the flat bifacial points. So these are the two main types, but we are also differentiating a lot of different types within these two types. Interestingly, in all the flakes we're finding, in all these artifacts, there are almost no debris or any flake that could indicate a production or even a resharpening of the arrowheads on the sites itself. So either the production places of the arrowheads have not been found already at MR11, or maybe they were produced elsewhere and brought to the site. So here are some examples of these trihedral points. They are called trihedral because their section is a triangle, and also they are quite elongated with the presence of a tang, and you can see some very tiny shoulders on their both edges. The flat bifacial points, you can see very strong similarities with Rara 14 that we saw before, with these wings, these tanks, but also very different, much more variability in types and in shapes. On the very lower row, you can see also bifacial points that do not have these little wings, and just one single example of an arrowhead that was made on a blade or on a flake, and that you see that is not retouched, that is not sculpted from on the two faces. And this reminds another type that is very famous in Arabian archaeology, but I will talk about that later. The bifacial pieces in general at MR 11 are linked to the funerary practices, and especially coming from area F. So these examples here are linked or found with dead people. And interesting thing that Noura was saying during her talk is that you can see this one, the gray one on the right, that was shafted in a bone. And you can see also that one of the arrowheads was shafted in a bone. So it gives also lots of new questions about what were really these arrowheads. Were they really used as arrows all the time, or were there also spears and spearheads rather than arrowheads? I will not talk too much about these Polish stones artifacts because Noura already told about that before. They are very specific, very peculiar, almost all the time found on a funerary context. So to compare the two sites from Rara 14 and Marwa 11, first the domestic architecture, these built houses, aggregated cells, structures, they are quite comparable at the end. But then we can see that the absence of tile knives and the absence of trihedral points compared to Marwa can show maybe different population at different times, because Gaga is about 500, 600, maybe a millennium older than Marwa 11. Or maybe Rara is showing a geographical limit of this trihedral tradition. So this anyway needs to rethink a much more complex situation than just what was called before the Arabian bifacial tradition. So before that, typologies were just putting everything looking bifacial in the same group, but now we see that it's much, much more complex. And some other sites are known. So we talked about Marawah, Dalma, Umad Kuwain, also in the Emirates. And they give very interesting aspects and comparative elements in Oman as well, with the different sites close to Suweh. But Rara 14 really marks now real evidence for an earlier phase of what was called the Middle Neolithic before. And you can see on the clear blue early Neolithic, there was no really sites associated with this period before in the Emirates. So this is really a very important discovery, and it makes some resonance with all the environmental and climatic changes that could have occurred at that time, and especially during the Holocene climatic optimum that started around the end of the 9th millennium BC. As shown in very different parts of the world and parts of the Emirates as well, but not before maybe the 7th millennium. And this goes to what is called the 8.2 K event, which is around 6,200 BC, and it fits exactly with the date between the occupation of Marwa 14, of Rara 14 and Marwa 11, when happened really a very strong hyper-arid event for approximately 150 years or 200 years. So maybe this Neolithic occupation at Rara 14 marks really something that happened before that event. And it's showed a little bit in the archaeology on the site when you have the earliest Neolithic occupation deposits that are sealed by a dense layer of dry Aeolian sand. do I have time, Mark, still? Or okay, I'm just... So just to make a very quick comparison with the rest of the Arabian Peninsula. The origins of the Neolithic culture in the world, in the Near East, in the Middle East, is really referring to agriculture, domestication of animals, ascendantism, and pottery. This is not the case in the Arabian Peninsula, we know that, of course, and it's more about a socio-economic concept based on trade, territories, pastoralism. So the question of trying to understand from where the Neolithic comes in Arabia, from the occupation during the Paleolithic, we know that there is some kind of continuity, and Knut was showing that we have the gaps being filled now in different parts of the Emirates and Arabia in general. So can we think that the Neolithic came from the inside, meaning endemic development, and contact with outside colonization, population replacement? So it's a very, very large question. I see the screen written time's up. It's fine. I can still... but it's going to be quick. Fertile Crescent, you all know this region. Most probably, the Neolithic came from there in very different sites. The first site is in Jubba, in northern Saudi Arabia, when you found very typical projectiles types from a period called the PPNA or PPNB. This site in red on the map, you see, is about 500 kilometers from this region that we saw before. So there were really interactions and links from the north to the south. Another example is in Qatar, in Asila, where you could find also typical stone tools from this period of the PPNB, pre-pottery Neolithic B, coming from the Levant, and having very, very classical, typical points from the Levant. So this is fairly convincing, but unfortunately this site is not dated clearly. One other site from the northern Saudi Arabia, in Dumat al-Jandal, where we found many, many artifacts from surface sites, show the typical naviform technology from the PPNB period. Also typical tools, typical cores, and this is also located about 300, 400 kilometers from this region where that kind of technology happened. So now, the more and more we are excavating and exploring Arabia, of course, the more and more this fertile crescent is expanding, and this is shown also on another site, the Camel site, in the more or less same region, closer to the Red Sea, where you can see a very typical type of tools also with this transverse T-shape arrowheads. Interestingly, this site dates exactly from the occupation of Marawah 11. And you see it's very, very different type of material. So if we see what happened from the north, can we see anything happened endemically from South Arabia and Southeast Arabia? Before the Neolithic, we have the facade points known from different sites, Faya, Oman, very numerous sites in the Emirates and in Oman. Also another site that is well dated now in southern Dhofar, dated to the 9th and 8th millennium BC, shows the same fascias. But interestingly, now we have really the connection with the trihedral points, because these ones are now dated and showing what happened just before. And they are dated and very well known now from Marawah to the rest of the southern Arabian Peninsula. So it's huge. There's also another very strong specificity from the south is this fluting method, which is very specific to the whole southern region of Arabia, including Yemen, Oman, and the Emirates. But also with these trihedral points, you have still these flat bifacial points, just exactly as in Marawah 11 and in Rara 14. But Rara 14 shows that that kind of type is older, and that's something also we observed before in Yemen, that finally we can have older types than being these ones. So there are a dichotomy between north and south, a Levantine influence coming from the north, some Arabian specificities showing maybe endemic developments, but maybe it's too simplistic patterns, and we really have to explore much more in between. So, as I was saying, Rara 14 is also a very important site, and there will be more excavation in neighboring sites, because maybe it marks that kind of boundary between these two cultural spheres, because there's nothing in Qatar being really related to that. And, but maybe also it shows clearly a bias of the research, and much more research needs to be done in Southeast and Southern Arabia. I mean, in the rest of Arabia, not only in Southeast and South Arabia. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Remy, for that excellent presentation, and thank you for broadening the discussion just to show the links with elsewhere in Arabia. And it's really interesting now, it's changing our ideas, of course, with the new radiocarbon dates on these sites and having really good stratified excavations on Marawa, on Gaga. It's really changing our ideas, you know, on also the history and chronology, typology of these artifacts. So it's really important. Thank you for that. Okay, can I introduce the next guest? The next guest is Dr. Jorge Angas Payas, who works at the Aragonese Foundation for Research and Development. And Jorge has been working in Sharjah for some time, and he's going to talk to us about his fantastic work there. So we look forward to hearing about latest research from Sharjah.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be part of this conference. I would like to thank you for inviting me in advance of the UAE Archaeology Conference to present some of the preliminary results of rock art in the eastern region of Sharjah, archaeological records, and preliminary geospatial analysis. And also, I want to thank Sharjah Archaeology Authority for its support in the archaeological campaigns in the last years. Let me introduce myself quickly. My name is Jorge. I am a prehistoric archaeology researcher in the Department of Antiquity Sciences in the University of Zaragoza in Spain. I form part of the first settlers and archaeological heritage research group of the University of Zaragoza. I complete my PhD on geospatial sciences applied to rock art and archaeology. In 2016, I have had the opportunity to begin in the Sharjah rock art project led by Mercedes Farjas from the Polytechnic University of Madrid. Mercedes Farjas' team has been working in different pre-Islamic archaeological sites in the Emirate of Sharjah for 25 years. I'm going to talk about the following points in introduction, methodology, results, and conclusions about the rock art in Sharjah. Briefly, our previous experience in rock art research in the last 20 years is more than 100 Paleolithic caves and open-air rock art certains in France, Italy, and Spain record some of the most important decorated prehistorical caves and some national and European projects. In order to obtain several online repositories of the Europe Paleolithic hand stencils like Hampas project. Regarding the Sarja, rock art is as a pan-geographic and timeless phenomena. Art is common, a universal part of these elements, and some of the representation we may find have been created in different parts of the globe and at different chronological moments, although many of them keep exactly the same shape and typology. For example, here we can see two different panels of engravings with the same style, technique appropriate, the same dating on the Iron Age, but in two different places in Spain and the Emirate of Sarja. But the problems that we find in documentation of rock art are also common, from the knowledge to management and communication. And technological and methodological factors sometimes go in different ways. In order to solve this problem, we need to create methods that will be easily spread through 2D and 3D databases in web settings. This kind of data allows for instant viewing analysis since it offers valid graphic and metadata from the 3D-dimensional models. From 2016 to now, as I told before, we have carried out 5 archaeological campaigns in the eastern region of Sarja, developing of a multi-scale and multi-temporal documentation protocol in the archaeological survey. We focused in the Katan al-Melaha, Wadi al-Helo, and al-Modaifi, and recently, the last month, other areas such as Nahwa, and Al-Uluya, and Wadi Shi. The objective that we developed with this project still is in a very preliminary phase is to carry out an in-depth documentation to analyze common stylistic patterns and join a vision of the archaeological landscape where the rock art of these areas is located. Rock art in the region covers various aspects of prehistoric development of the UAE, so our studies emerged out of the siting research topic presents a preliminary survey of human groups in different prehistoric and also historic phases. We also try to take into account new studies that cover landscape like topographical analysis, communication routes through territories, and associations between rock art and some specific cultural periods, as the one related to high-flag tombs from the Bronze Age. In this sense, we have published some previous results in the last years, but our work began in Katan al-Melaha, developing detailed documentation of each engraved block. The system of rock art groups in the Middle and Near East is referred from the 18th century, descriptions provided by travelers, documented reports from the late 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century, Palmen, Dassar, Makler, and the starting of scientific campaigns from the 30s. But nevertheless, Anati was the first to study Middle East rock art from the systematic and global perspective. In this sense, we have documented more than 370 rock art engraved motifs were documented in this area. All Dolso figures were picked and 150 more or less stone blocks with different dimensions and morphologies distributed and along the slope of an isolated 60-meter high elevation. The rock art of Katan al-Melaha is also absolutely important, its relationship with the funerary tombs on the top of the hill, or some of them have been already integrated in the rock art tradition by using decorated blocks on them. Here we can see the location of the rock art panels and the tombs in a scale model by means of the 3D model generated. Katan al-Melaha is very important above all for the occupation during the different cultural periods with connections with tombs, symbolism, geographic strategic placement near the coastline, and a connection route with the interior with Wadi al-Helo area. In this slide, we can see the archaeological landscape transformation in the last year from an orthophoto obtained by aerial photogrammetry with a letter A to Corona satellite program declassified. In order to develop the archaeological documentation for this site, we have applied the following systems from the patina, engraving, panel, archaeological site, and finally the landscape by means of several geometric techniques, taking into account two vectors, number of point or resolution, and the sense size of the. For the first one, we close range LiDAR technology and photogrammetry. We can see the different patina in order to dating depending on the color, engraving styles and the relation of every panel with the landscape, and finally the reconstruction of the area with satellite image. In this sense, we have used the most important ancient Corona satellite program to reconstruct the archaeological landscape the last 50 years. That, as we can see, there has been an important transformation in this area. Corona is being very useful for archaeological purposes together with Hexagon satellite as primordial digital data in the 60s of the last century in many cases. In this way, we have developed an exhaustive fieldwork activity to document and collect the details of each engraving. There are some aspects related to this particular archaeological record that stretch its importance as a singular heritage all over the world. In this hand, I used to think about it as a sort of primordial language, and it is quite significant on the Near East and a territory where desert areas only used to show sporadic samples related to a variety of economic periods, from hunter-gatherer times to more complex economy. In this way, as we have documented along our studies in the UAE, it is possible to establish a stratigraphy, at least for a relative chronological classification, attending to topics, patina color, and overlapping or superimpositions. The type of animals that we find in these engravings is very important because they make us dating the engraving chronological period. For example, in this type is of a current, of a god current exists, and as well as other types of animals. Here we can see some examples of animal representation at Katan al-Melaha. In relation to rock art motifs, we can define AD 068 at Katan al-Melaha as one of the most interesting panels, December focusing in the number of figures and the scene content depicted. In 2018 campaign, we could observe that one of the most interesting engraved boulders in Katan al-Melaha was partially covered by slope erosion. In the next campaign, we decided to carry on an archaeological survey in order to clean up the engravings partially covered by sediments and have a complete and integral documentation of the decorated panel. During the archaeological survey, 3 shell fragments were recovered, identified as Tebralia, forming part of the sediment that covers the engravings. This is the excavation plans of the archaeological survey. In the red, those squares where the excavation was focused. The biggest shell was dated, attending for the marine reservoir correction effect and the being calibrated by giving the following date, 5,500 cal BP. This is an interesting date that must be taken carefully, since it is necessary to carry out a geomorphological study focused on the slope erosion, which we hope to carry out in the next campaign. Regarding the tracings, we have developed an intense work. Tracings have always been an excellent tool for different purposes. On the one hand, it brings answers to research questions and problems, allowing us to understand the real nature and the details of what's represented. By separating the art from the rocky surface, we obtain a clearer image of the preserved motifs, which is essential to identify the formal attributes as well as patterns or superimpositions. Together with what the resulting graphic data are also significant as a permanent record of the art at a specific point in time, and such as they have become a unique tool for rock art conservation. These records are also necessary to share the art in different scales with the scientific community, comparative analysis, and also, and no less important, with general society, making easier a visual interpretation of the motifs. Usually, tracings were attached to a personal interpretation of the researcher. Nevertheless, currently, digital methods and techniques seem to contribute with a more accurate and objective results. Our objective is to present not only an image or an isolated tracing, but to highlight the image of a tracing with its original context, such as a treatment of the tracing gives essential information for global studies of rock art panels, its connection with volumetric components of the shelter, which determines the reading of the definition of natural cracks, fissures, flaking, or anthropic. The tracing generation process is simple and it could be described as a directing system. From the original image, an orthophoto and the 3D texture are created from the different 3D models. Following on the preliminary phase of this research, in which we are integrating, analyzing the data, obtaining on all complemented surveys, we propose following 4 basic principles that are accessibility, comprehension, geometric utility, and verification. Firstly, we put forward an approximate to how to generate a 2D, a 3D online repository. Data to study common stylistic patterns on the gravings at the Katana and Melaha, dispersion models, and detailed analysis of each engraving through a cluster analysis applied to the highest concentration of engravings. This step is necessary to able to analyze the rock area in a more graphic way in this case. An analysis at Katana and Melaha through a web mapping, geographic information systems, and finally develop a preliminary classification with the main styles identified in the area of study. Finally, I want to point out that last year we have developed a powerful registration and classification application tool called Sharjah Sharing the Past that allow us to carry out more organized fieldwork in the rock art registry, so far with more than 450 registrations. This is different examples in Katana and Melaha. And to finish, some brief conclusions about the future plans, such as complete the field work regarding in another areas in Sharjah, carry on, as I told before, in geomorphological studies on Katana and Melaha on slope erosion, determine an ample chronological sequence, and finally, continue with the development of the application of the database. Thank you for your patience, and thank you very much for your attention.
If you take a seat here. That was great. That particular site, I remember visiting it maybe with Carl Phillips's team nearly 20 years ago, and it's just fantastic to see the work that you've been doing there then. I remember seeing some of this rock art and thinking someone needs to properly study this, and it's fantastic that's the case now. We're going to move now to a discussion of the papers. So we have all the speakers here on the stage. Maybe we can begin going back to the Paleolithic and think about that. So if you have any burning questions, do put your hand up. But maybe I can start off by asking something really to comment upon Mark and Knut really. Our ideas about the Paleolithic, our ideas on the dating have clearly been pushed back in time. There are some issues, of course, with OSL dating. It's a pity we don't yet have OSL laboratory datings in the Gulf region, do we? We still have to send the samples outside and stuff. But in reflecting on your talks, I thought it was interesting, especially when you show the assemblages. Do you think there really is a lack of Upper Paleolithic sites? Is that real, or is it just we haven't been very good at recognizing them?
Okay. There we are. The Upper Paleolithic. Well, yes. Until about 2-3 years ago, we had no idea how the Upper Paleolithic would look like. And I think this is still the case. We now have 2 examples from Buhais I showed today. So it seems that we indeed have an Upper Paleolithic that shows the standard Upper Paleolithic characteristics in the sense of blade production and platelet production. But still, I would argue that we need to know more about the details. And yes, I agree, we may have not seen the Upper Paleolithic in the surveys and in the surface records because we had no idea it was there. It's the same as with the Acheulean. I mean, before I presented the Acheulean Hendex, it was clear that there is Acheulean in Arabia, but you can only find things that you are aware of and that you expect to find. And I'm pretty sure that we now, with the evidence from Buhais rock shelter, that we are aware that it's possible that there is an Upper Paleolithic occupation, and I'm pretty sure we can find more. But again, we need to focus on the stratified material to get a grip on the chronology. And also, with the surface sites, you often have the problem that, as Mark mentioned, there's a very stable surfaces, and you never know what kind of mixing has happened in these materials. So what we need to know is we need to study so-called closed assemblages, and these can only be get from stratified deposits.
Mark, your research at Jebel Hafid recently is really interesting, and it was fascinating. You know, you showed the different ranges of material that you found. You think that there's still a lot of potential in doing more surveys there. I was just thinking about the announcement about research grants of Zayed National Museum. If you and Knut was to say, well, what is the next burning question we want to answer with the Paleolithic, what would you design as your sort of research question, or the thing you would want to investigate next?
Thank you for the question, and also thank you, Knut, for what you already mentioned. I think we have to consider 2 aspects. Knut is absolutely right that we need to have stratified deposits, and it's important to find them. But at the same time, it is of course easier to find surface scatters first, and they can be an important starting point for further investigations in order to understand where we have a presence of these artifacts, of this artifactual material, and from that point on be able to find stratified deposits. I think the function of that surface collections can fulfill is to provide the evidence that what has been found in the single cases of stratified deposits is a repetitive pattern that we find in other areas as well. And regarding your question precisely, Mark, I think that in the Hafid area, but also in the wider surroundings, there are certainly possibilities and potential for finding such sediment traps, and to get in order to have a chance of finding stratified deposits as well.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the audience on any of the Paleolithic? Yes, I can see someone's hand up back here. It's a bit difficult to see. We've got bright lights shining in our eyes. Can someone pass them a microphone? Thank you. I think the microphone is not switched on.
Okay. My name is Amal Qasim from Arco Research Center and Cologne University. I have a question related to the Paleolithic, Middle Paleolithic in these new sites. For Mark, as you know, that Nubian technology is very common in Oman. And based on the technology study that you showed in your presentation, do you think that this Middle Paleolithic technology is related more to the Levant or to Africa, since that the Nubian have never been discovered in Levant?
Thank you very much for this question. To give you a straightforward, very quick answer, we have no evidence for Nubian technology among the surface material we have found. However, the materials we have are selective, and the assemblages are not coherent. So this can only be a preliminary answer, even for the sites we already detected. But so far, we have no evidence at all for Nubian technologies. This does, of course, not imply an influence from the Levant, because I think there are not only the two options, there's also a possibility of regional developments, of a continuity of occupation that could have lasted for a longer time, and therefore I think we have to wait. We just need much more data in order to be able to understand this.
Okay, thank you very much. Any more questions from the audience? I think we're okay. Okay, let's move on to discussion about the fantastic papers. It was Nora, Richard, and Remy, as these papers are all interrelated on the Neolithic. And maybe we can begin. Nora, you showed us some fantastic pictures of these burials on Marawa and stuff, and this deliberate placement of bones and strange shenanigans going on. With burials. I mean, it's really changed our idea about this. You mentioned about the plaster vessels and things. Can you say a bit more about those? They were, some of them, you mentioned, I think, in your presentation that some of them were concentrated underneath some of the burials in the lintel, some of them with the burials. We found plaster vessels previously in some of the rooms there, but yeah, tell us a bit more about that.
All right, so the plaster of Area F isn't just strictly plaster vessels. We've also found the tools to manufacture the plaster. We've also found in the main cell in cell 11, and then we find other distributions, very concentrated distributions of painted plaster vessel fragments or incised plaster vessel fragments or just plain ones within the burial cells as well. We've also had numerous plaster spills, is what we call them for now. They're sort of associated with the plaster manufacturing layers, and we found pestles and mortars to go along with these. We've also found the raw material used for the pigmentation within the structures themselves. So we find ochre, we find hematite, we find pyrrolysite, we find these different minerals that can be extracted from the rock outcrops surrounding Rawah on the mainland or the surrounding islands. And so the process is that they crush up the gypsum. You can heat treat it to make that process easier, and then dilute it to form them into a sort of shape, and then these shapes are built up in different phases, interior or exterior, and they can be left to dry because it is plaster, and you can just dry it, or they can be fired and hardened. And then you have the pigmentations where with different dilutions and different inclusions in the minerals, they can make different colors, so that's how you manipulate the color on the plaster vessels. And we've noticed that the best surviving pigmentations, if they're lighter, so like your oranges, your pinks and reds, they survive better on incised plaster. So if they draw, like if they etch in a line or something and then they rub that pigment in there, they tend to survive better. They hold the pigment better as well.
That's a really interesting point that you made. That the minerals are brought into the island, and it was something that Remy touched on about the lack of chert and material on Marawa and things being brought in from afar, and it shows these connections. And the connections, of course, may have been maritime connections, which connects through to Richard and mapping the under the sea and showing actually the Neolithic settlements on the south side of Marawa, adjacent to this channel that they may have used for navigation and coming in on that. Do we have any questions from the audience? I'm sure there'll be plenty of questions. Yes, gentleman here at the front.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الأستاذ الدكتور محمد الحمادي، أستاذ تاريخ وحضارة الخليج والجزيرة العربية. أولاً نشكر دائرة الثقافة والسياحة في إمارة أبوظبي لتنظيم هذا المؤتمر التي كان له الفضل، يعني أنا شاركت فيه في عام 2011 بمدينة العين، وقدمت ورقة عن زخرفة الفخار، دراسة مقارنة بين دولة الإمارات وبلاد الرافدين في الألف الأول قبل الميلاد. أما بالنسبة لهذا المؤتمر، ونحن في هذا اليوم الأول للمؤتمر، الشكر جزيل جدا للدكتور بيتر على ما قدمه حول وشرحه التفاصيل وأقسام المختلفة في متحف زايد. بالنسبة لهذه الشخصية الله يرحمه ويطيب ثراه، مهما تكلمنا ومهما عقدنا من مؤتمرات ومهما تحدثنا لا نستطيع أن نفي لحق هذا الإنسان. أما فيما يتعلق بالقسم اللي تكلم فيه الدكتور بيتر، شرف رحنا أن نقدم مزيد من الأبحاث والدراسات حول هذه الشخصية. الشكر موصول لزميلنا وصديقنا الدكتور مارك بيتش على ما قدمه في هذه الندوة والجلسة الأولى ورئاستي لهذه الجلسة، بما إضافه من معلومات ومعرفة. أما ابنتنا الغالية نورة فيما يتعلق الطقوس الجنائزية، هذا الموضوع الحساس والمهم، أنا أتمنى يعني الأخوة الجالسين على المنصة يسمعوا الكلام هذا ويترجموا بالأجهزة الترجمة. سموحة نحن نتكلم باللغة العربية. طبعا الموضوع مهم جدا، خاصة في العصور القديمة والطقوس الجنائزية. طرد المقبرة أنتم تكلمتي عنها، اللي هو النحلية، هل هي تندرج تحت طرد المقابر الرجم أو الدائرية أو أي نوع من المقابر التي صنفت في دولة الإمارات وكذلك في الخليج العربي؟ هل وجدتم من أي مقتنيات أو أدوات فيما يتعلق بهذه الشخصية أو هذه الجثة اللي أنتم عملتوا الدراسة عليها؟ ولك جزيل الشكر يا أستاذة نورة.
Okay, shukran jazilan. Nora, could I ask you to?
We're changing equipment. Give me a sec.
Yeah.
Is this on? Okay.
I'm not sure I understood all the points, but.
I'm not sure I understood either. Anyway, so okay, I'm gonna reply in English. So you use the word burials and tombs, and that's not what this is. So I'm sorry if I wasn't clear enough. I did want to make my presentation, end on time. So I'm sorry if I wasn't clear enough. What I was talking about is a multi-cell, multifunctional structure. It is not strictly graves, and it is not strictly domestic. It is something more communal than that. You cannot call these human interments. You can't call these interments graves or tombs or burials. You can't even call them burials because essentially they're just clusters, or they're people who have been interred into rooms and they've had stone structures. So the primary burials, at least, or some of the secondaries, have had stone structures separating them from the rest of the room. So their placement is a very conscious thought into these cells, but to call the whole building like a mausoleum or a charnel house or something like that, it's not, you can't give it that kind of a very specific function. I mean, yes, the mortuary practices are very important. They're pivotal to the understanding of the site, to the area and the site as a whole. But we need to understand that in the context of their lifestyles, it's quite different. It's not how we would separate our tombs and graves away from the places we would live in, because like you have other examples in the Levant and Anatolia of people living with the dead, people who have graves plastered down under them in lower levels of their domestic structures. And so this isn't all that different, but it's not the same. So yeah, hope that answers that.
Yeah, they clearly did things very differently in this Neolithic period. Let's move onwards because we're a bit short on time now. Richard, the potential for underwater research, you showed that really with your talk, and what do you think are the necessary next steps? We don't yet have any underwater archaeology unit or team really firmly established in UAE. Obviously, you and Nora are leading the way in Abu Dhabi, but what are the necessary next steps to continue this research, to develop it further?
Yeah, thanks for that question, Mark. As you mentioned, it's really very early days in terms of marine archaeology. This project was the first by the DCT in marine archaeology, and I think it has to be done in very logical steps. As I mentioned, firstly, it's 37,000 square kilometres, and I think we were doing about 5 square kilometres a day of marine geophysics. So if you work that out, it's going to take decades for us to actually survey the area. So there's two things. Firstly, we have to use things like the existing remotely sensed data that we've got to be able to hone in on focus in on certain areas. The second aspect of it is, I think, is working, what I mentioned before, about working together with other entities, because there has been vast amounts of data that have been taken for other purposes. And this is across a whole range of platforms. And the thing about gathering data from different platforms is that if you don't understand what a geophysical anomaly is on one platform, you can very often reinterpret it on another platform. So it's working together with like the environmental department, because often shipwrecks and that kind of thing are also artificial reefs and that kind of thing. So a lot of data that's important for other entities is also important for us. And it's working together again, perhaps with the oil groups and also with working together with infrastructure companies, because there's this vast amount of data, and this is a great opportunity really for us to study very, very large areas with data.
Okay, thank you for that. I think we better move on because we're getting a bit short on time. Remy, stone tools are very beautiful. you showed us that, and you showed us how our ideas have changed, and I think you made a very interesting point that kind of connected with what Knut was saying earlier about this, changing our ideas about how people could live some of these hyper sort of arid periods and things, and it's a very interesting point, and discovering this early Neolithic phase, finding stronger evidence for it in Gaga Island is very interesting, and it shows as Knut's work and as shown as yours has, as our work in Gaga, that really we're learning new things about this. But what do you think comes next? What, for better understanding this, upper Paleolithic to early Neolithic, middle Neolithic, whatever transition phase?
Yeah. Well, it's the same answer. It's the same question we've been asking ourselves for 30, 40, 50 years, yeah, maybe in Arabia, in the whole Arabian Peninsula. So we're still asking this question to ourselves, and it's keep going. What's interesting in the very different sites and cultural periods and the chronological periods we're working from the very early Paleolithic to the latest Neolithic and so on, it's really highlighting new micro periods within this, and the new aspect of the typology and the technology for stone tools.
You mentioned experiments with tile knives
and
being
there's also experiment that we've been doing before for the trihedral points, the fluting technology, and now for the tile knives. So all these aspects can answer these questions, but unfortunately, the more we find, and the more new questions we have. So.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Last but not least, Jorge, fantastic work you've been doing on the rock art in Sharjah. What are your sort of next steps? What's critical for your project? And I loved how you showed, your database. It connected back to the beginning of the morning, really, and Tariq Al-Hamadi showing our historic environment record system, and it seems that you've developed a similar web-based GIS linked interface to document the rock art. But what comes next for you?
The next rock art is difficult. We need to understand all the areas, because now we have to investigate, for example, Qatan al-Melaha in relationship with Wadi al-Helo, but in respect with another type of areas, for example, with Oman, because as I told before, it's a pan-geographic phenomenon, the rock art. In this way, it's necessary to connect these areas to understand the communication routes. And with the methodology, it's necessary to understand these steps from the studies, typical analysis from the patina, to understand maybe a relative chronological period until the panel, the archaeological site, and the landscape, the unique digital satellite system now is Corona, is from the 60s of the last century. Is the only one to understand, only 60 years ago, the landscape before the urban transformation.
Yeah, you're lucky to have Corona in that area. I was trying to find Corona in our area, and you're lucky just to have that sheet there. But you didn't mention too much about dating, about new techniques for dating rock art and things. Are you trying to do some of that? And this is always the problem with rock art.
Yeah, this is a polemic issue, the dating of the rock art, varnish and patina, depending of the type of patina. But we can find in the same site different patina, and maybe we can understand a relative chronological, but only in a micro area.
Okay, thank you. I think our time is up now, actually. I just want to remind people it's now a break. You go for prayers, lunchtime, and everyone needs to be back here at 1:30 p.m. So please try to be on time. And I'd like to thank all the speakers this morning for an excellent job. And we learned a lot of new information about UAE history and pushing back the frontiers of dates, pushing back new frontiers underwater. So thank you very much, and let's give an appreciation to the speakers.
Please. Does it work? Yeah? Yeah. Please note that lunch is across the hall and the prayer room in the lobby.
2022 conference will begin shortly. Please head back to your seats. حضورنا الكريم، مؤتمر تطورات قطاع الآثار في الإمارات 2022 سيبدأ الآن. نرجو منكم الرجوع إلى أماكنكم.
Hello everyone, would like welcome you back after the lunch. I hope you enjoy it. And we are now heading to the Bronze Age site, which is one of the very interesting period in UAE. And we will start with the first speaker, Christoph Schaul. He's working Kalba, one of the main sites in the coastal. He will present his new result from the campaign from 2019 to 2022, and he will show the significance of the network have been going there. So, Christoph, can you?
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope all of you returned from the lunch break. And yeah, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for their kind invitation and their wonderful organization of this conference here. In this presentation, we will focus on the main results of the fieldwork at the site Kalber and our geoarchaeological service in the past 4 years. Since 2019, we are investigating the site, and our research aims are strongly connected with questions about connectivity. Trade and communication networks can be traced from the Aegean to the Indus region as early as the Bronze Age, and especially the Gulf region seems to be a crucial part within these broad networks between East and West. Regarding our site Kalber, the location close to the Strait of Hormuz seems to be especially favorable. Therefore, the principal objective of our fieldwork is to analyze the function of the settlement in the context of interregional maritime and land-based networks in the Gulf region. And now let us see which kind of fieldwork has been conducted so far. During the first campaign in 2019, different survey methods were applied to provide a foundation for systematic fieldwork on site. That means the setup of a digital elevation model with the help of a drone was an important achievement, and this model has been taken as basis for all further geographic information system-based analysis and documentation on site. In a second step, the results of the architectural survey were integrated in a plan showing all visible structures on site. That means prominent, the remains of the early Bronze Age mud brick tower, and in the outer parts, the Iron Age architecture. Additionally, geophysics, more precisely geomagnetics and ground penetration radar, were conducted inside and outside of the nowadays fenced area to gain more information about hidden structures below the ground and the general extension of the site, which is not known so far. Significant anomalies were detected up to about 60 meters around the mount, indicating a minimum size of the site with a diameter of 110 meters. Additionally, magnetic measurements outside of the fenced area, where here in the southern vicinity of the excavation suggests no further indications of this continuation. However, it must be assumed that especially for the Bronze Age periods, structures are hidden too deep under the ground, which makes them impossible to detect by geophysical survey methods, and that's something which we confirmed also this year in two of test pits right here and right here. The excavations at Kalber were continued in the eastern part of the mount, and our excavation in the area were focused on the stratigraphic sequence from the top down to the oldest occupation layers of the site, and on the early Bronze Age occupation with the massive retaining wall forming the base of the Umanar tower construction. For this purpose, the excavations were conducted into two trenches, E1 and E2, investigate the early Bronze Age and also possible related domestic structures outside this construction. The investigations revealed that the early Bronze Age retaining wall was part of a ditch construction which has a nowadays preserved depth of about 3.5 meters. And to answer the question of a possible exterior early Bronze Age retaining wall, a deep trench was expanded to the north and east here this year. Here you can see the filling with a thickness of up to 2.5 meters, which is sloping from the east to the west and can be separated from cut-off bands characterized by small sized stones here, which possibly represent geological layers. A clayish band in the profile indicates that the interface of the ditch contraction is running up in the east. And interestingly, this band is not continuing to the east profile and stops here and an impression of a stone. And due to the ditch interface, which we found on the entire width here, we could follow them from east to west, and the assumption that we have reached the eastern border of the ditch is obvious. The stones of the exterior retaining wall, which must have been situated somewhere here, were most probably taken and reused during the leveling process of this area, in contrast to the interior wall, which has been kept in use to ensure stability of the inner area with the tower construction situated upon. Therefore, we have accomplished to excavate the remains of the early Bronze Age ditch construction in its fully preserved dimensions, with a depth of approximately 3.5 meters and a width of 5.7 meters. Although we have only excavated a small part of the site so far, the excavated structures clearly show large-scale transformations of the site's inner spatial arrangement within 300 years occupation between 2300 and 2000. And this is impressively shown by the filling of the ditch and the subsequent use of the former ditch area here with an early Bronze Age wall, and another one which is possibly also dating to a later Middle Bronze Age period. When starting the excavations in the deep test pit outside the early Bronze Age retaining wall, a fireplace area was uncovered belonging to the first occupation level after the filling of the ditch. It's here. And the fireplaces were used for cooking activities. This is indicated by numerous remains of charcoal, date stones, fish bones, and mollusks, predominantly Terebralia. The botanical remains found inside the fireplaces provide also radiocarbon dates, which attest their use in early Bronze Age times and suggest a domestic use of the former ditch area. And it's important to keep in mind that we have to deal with really close, with really close times. The construction is dating between 2300 and 2000. Also, the subsequent use with fireplaces are just presenting more or less the same dates. Crucial for the stratigraphy of this multi-periodized Kalbar are absolute dates. Since no dates were available so far, a radiocarbon backbone is currently built up. And additionally, we also determine the maritime reservoir effect, as well as analyzing archaeobotanical studies, data, which will help us to reconstruct the environmental conditions through the time. So far, 28 radiocarbon dates are available, which were modeled by Susanne Lindauer, covering the times from the Umanar to the Iron Age 1 period. Additionally, the marine reservoir effect of the mollusk clearly displays a change between the early and middle Bronze Age. The decreasing reservoir effect reflects a rising sea level and indicates an increasing drier climate during 2500 and 1600 calibrated BC. And the additional result of an Iron Age 1 sample suggests also a change here between the Middle Bronze Age and the Iron Age, but this needs to be supported by further analysis of additional samples. The botanical remains, which were studied by Kathleen Deckers from the University of Tübingen, provide additional information. It turned out that the charcoals which were used as fuel are strongly dominated by Rhizophora in contrast to Avicennia marina, which still exists at Khor Kalba nowadays. And these results are interesting because Avicennia marina is related to more saltwater conditions, while Rhizophora to more freshwater conditions. And despite a general trend towards an increasing drier climate indicated by the marine reservoir effect from about 3000 BC onwards, the botanical analysis revealed that at Kalba wetter and therefore more favorable conditions existed than today. Astonishing is also the evidence and the variability of lithic resources found during the excavations at Kalba. And therefore, systematic sampling and analysis of lithic and ore sources as well as artifacts from Kalba were undertaken to investigate the raw material procurement variabilities and also strategies of the site. And here you can see different types, that means chert, also metals, then jasper, chalcedony, and also rocks which were used for the production of stone vessels. And starting with the evidence of the stone vessel manufacturing, interestingly, semi-finished stone vessel fragment was found last year, which is dating to the Iron Age 1 period and proves the production on site. Especially the manufacturing marks, which are similar to an already published fragment from Kalba, indicates the use of different tools for this production. At Kalba, so far 100 fragments of stone vessels dating from the Nar to the Iron Age period has been discovered, and for a detailed documentation of the decoration and the production technique, 3D models of the fragments are currently created using 3D photogrammetry. Additionally, 2 Umanar-style sherds in the already mentioned semi-finished fragment were sampled. The petrographic and mineralogical characterization was performed at the University of Graz by Christoph Hautzenberger to determine the exact rock type. It turned out that different lithic raw materials were used for the production. Here you can see metagabbro, then chlorachist, and also ultrabasite, serpentinite. And these rock types are bound to local geological formations in the vicinity of Kalba and correspond to geological samples taken in 2021 from nearby secondary deposits in wadis. And therefore, a procurement of rocks from local and regional sources for on-site production of such vessels is indicated and hints towards a quite pragmatic lithic resource management strategy of the prehistoric coastal communities. And during this year, we had the chance to continue geological surveys, which are targeting exactly this question and confirmed our assumption. Additionally, 22 samples of selected stone vessels were also taken and will include it in a broader study on the distribution of the stone vessels and chosen lithotypes by our colleagues Hélène David-Cuny and Michael Heroa. Regarding the metallurgical activities, different stages of the chain operatoire are recorded in the fine assemblage, which provide evidence also for on-site production. Beside fragments of copper ore, slags, melting residue, presumed fragments also of a crucible and a pounder were excavated. And this year we found also a mold which completes the picture. This evidence can be embedded in recently conducted analysis of copper objects found in Kalba excavation and or from Wadi al-Hilo, pointing to the procurement of copper ore from the Al-Hajjah mountains. This diagram shows the analytical results of the lead isotopy including 2 ore samples from Wadi al-Hilo and 4 objects from Kalbar, which are plotted together with signatures from Oman, Iran, Jordan, and Cyprus. The ore samples, as well as slags from Kalbar, correspond to the signatures of the Oman deposits. Only the fragment of a small needle or wire here matches also with signatures from Iran or Cyprus. However, according to Ernst Pernitzka, the lead and the gold ratios of Cyprus copper are mostly higher and silver contents are lower, and therefore the copper provenance from Cyprus can be excluded. Combining the analytical lead isotopic results with ore deposits and known signatures of artifacts from sites in the UAE, specific trends become visible. It is clear that the artifacts from the UAE show a high variation, whereas the signatures from Kalbar and from Wadi al-Hilo correspond best to the deposits of the Oman region. Therefore, our ore deposits of the Al-Hajj mounds provide best reference signatures. However, this one item of a needle or wire was made of copper, which could also fit to Iran. And to substantiate this, more samples from sources in Iran would be necessary. In contrast to copper ore deposits and suitable rocks from stone vessel production, chert objects found during the excavations were assigned to more remote sources eastwards in the Bahais Mountains. Based on the combination of microscopical and geochemical results, it is possible to gain a fine-grained insight into the chert resource management of the inhabitants of Kalbar and beyond. And this is indicated by a chert artifact from the site HLO1 in Wadi al-Hilo, which also chemically belongs to the Bahais area. Our analyses highlight the importance of the entire Bahais range as a prehistoric lithic raw material source and the potential of the combined methodological analysis for chert provenance in the wider region. And 2021, our field season has completed the chert source survey in the Bahais range. A stone bead made of siliceous rock and a flake of brown jasper were also found at Kalbar, bound to igneous rocks in the north of this investigation area to Manama, chalcedony, and various multi-colored cryptocrystalline quartz modifications such as agate and carnelian can be found. And through chemical investigations, we will also test the assumptions of beads made from local stone resources were found at Kalbar. And the analyses are still ongoing, but in this plot it is readily observable that the material of the chalcedony beads must derive from sources outside the Bahais range. An incised pendant found during our last excavations is of special interest. In-depth analysis revealed that the object was made of heavily weathered volcanic tuff. And the 2 sigma range of a radiocarbon date placed the object mainly in the Wadi Suk period. As you can see, a similar item without context was also found at Tel Abrak, and thus the Kalbar objects provide also a chronological reference for the artifact from Tel Abrak now. As we have shown, various analyses are currently ongoing, pointing to a high degree of connectivity, and the results of the completed studies attest so far that chert from the Bahais range and presumably copper from the deposits in the Al-Hajj mountains were brought to the settlement of Kalbar. Our planned investigations and in-depth chemical analysis of additional stone raw materials will produce a more complete picture of the prehistoric procurement strategies on the East Coast. As a preliminary interpretation of our studies, the site witnesses major construction and reconstruction events over nearly 200 years. Especially during the Yomana period, these changes are most likely related to ecological and economic diversification and intensification attributed to the ecological niche position resulting in the aggregation of a large number of people and consequently also economic prosperity. Through this combination, Kalba seems to have developed into an important knot already established during the 3rd millennium BC for the entire region. In this context, the geostrategic position between maritime and land-based routes crossing the Hadja Mountains and the possible gateway between two connection routes from north to south seems to be crucial for the diachronic occupation of the site, as indicated by the initial results of Least Coast Pass analysis conducted by Jakob Rohm from the University Eichstätt-Ingolstadt. And the combination of our interdisciplinary approach will eventually allow us to draw a holistic picture of the site's occupational and economic history in the future. And finally, I would like to thank the Austrian Academy of Sciences, the Archaeological Institute, the Römisch-Germanisches Museum, and the Austrian Embassy in Abu Dhabi for their great support of this joint project, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Christoph, for the very detailed study and the really very interesting result coming to see how the source of the artifacts and link it with the roads. Now, the second speaker, it will be our colleagues, Ali Al-Mqbali. He one of the leader local archaeologists. He has very extensive experience, I think started from 2007. He will do the paper with our colleague Dan. It's about Nar. Actually, everyone knows that the archaeology started in 1959 in Nar, and now we are back to do the excavation again.
Thank you, Abdullah. Thank you for the introduction. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'd like to say many thanks indeed to the conference committee for offering us this opportunity to talk about our most recent work at Nar site. And I'd like to thank Dr. Peter for his support and valuable inputs to this project as well. Well, the Department of Culture and Tourism Abu Dhabi has just completed a 3rd season of archaeological excavation at Nar, now known as Sas al-Nakhal. The project has been directed by myself, and the field work has been carried out by my colleague Dr. Dan Edisford, Dr. Michel De Vries, Diyat Tawalba, Hamad Fadel, Abdullah Al-Yamahi, and Hajar Al-Minhali. This presentation on a recent program of archaeological investigation at the site will present our initial findings and show how we are reinterpreting and building on the previous excavation at the site in order to build a more detailed picture of the chronology, the nature of different phases of occupation, economy, daily life, and ritual activities at the site, as well as to better understand the role that trade played in the economy of the site. Abdullah? Sorry about that. Nar is translated as Mother of Fire or the Place of Fire. Ashes and dark soil which result from fires cover large areas of the site, and this may be the reason for this name. In 1958, Sheikh Shakhbout invited a Danish archaeological team who were digging on Bahrain to visit the Nar, and they identified exposed limestone slabs that fitted together at some of the mounds. The following year, excavations at the island began with excavations undertaken between 1959 and 1965 by the Danish archaeology team. and further excavations and reconstruction of the houses on the site were carried out by an Iraqi team in the early 1970s. Although it is now incorporated into the city of Abu Dhabi during its occupation in the period, the island of Nar was a small island located about 12 kilometers off the coast of Abu Dhabi. Nar material discovered during the construction of Abu Dhabi airport suggests a contemporary settlement existed on the mainland. On the mainland, you can see here the distribution of the different tombs. There's a problem with the battery? Okay. Still not working. I'm so sorry. One of the unusual features of the site is the clear division between the funerary and domestic structures. On a raised rocky plateau that dominates the island, a cemetery contains over 50 tombs in wide variety of size and architectural styles, all of which are though to date to the Nar period. At least 13 tombs have been excavated. The more elaborate tombs were divided into chambers accessed through small entrances, sometimes faced with well-dressed and occasionally decorated limestone blocks, and contained a range of rich grave goods. No other structures were found on the plateau, and outside of the tombs, Nar ceramics are not found. The settlement at the site is arranged along the southern and eastern side of this funerary plateau and consists of a large number of stone-built structures made from rough-cut stone. It is domestic archaeology of the site that our current project focuses on. The first excavation on the site were undertaken by Danish team and focused on a large structure they called a warehouse, and a section that was excavated through the highest point on the mound. The excavation were conducted rapidly, but 3 superimposed phases of occupation were identified, mainly based on the section through the side. Period 0 was below the walls visible in the section. Period 1 consisted of well-built stone structures, and period 2 was represented by more poorly constructed walls. Slightly later excavations, first by Iraqi mission and then by Dr. Walid al-Takriti as a part of his PhD research, revealed a tightly packed stone architecture, all of which seems to respect a spline wall running southeast, northwest, and possibly closing of the peninsula at the west end of the island. No C14 samples were visible from the original excavations, but based on the pottery found, the absence of barbar wares and the lack of Nar soft stone vessels, occupation of the site was dated to 2700 BC to 2300 BC. The first season of work at the site included a detailed digital documentation survey of Nar Island using a combination of ground topographical survey, 3D laser scanning, photogrammetry, ground panoramic images, and videos. This work has provided a detailed record of the heritage assist of the site, as well as a high-resolution digital evaluation models of the entire island. Right now, my colleague Dr. Danny Eltsford will talk in more details about the excavations.
Okay. Thank you, Alan. Thank you for that introduction. And yes, it's been a real honor to be working on this site, and I'm just going to give you a very quick run through of what we've been finding and well, what it might mean. So, as Ali said, we're trying to build on the previous work, and so some of our first trenches were just to the north and to the east of this large warehouse structure, wondering whether these structures continue in this area of the site, and they certainly do. And this is trench 5, you can see another large building. You know, we don't have the full plan of it, but it seems to be a similar layout to this warehouse. But interestingly, we have the sequence of well-built stone architecture directly on the bedrock, and then a period of abandonment, it seems. There's a great deal of erosion, and water channels are cut through the earlier architecture before being filled in naturally. And the later phase of architecture is in these circular buildings. So you can see on the right-hand side of that slide, all these circular structures, quite unlike a lot of the Amenar architecture, but definitely Amenar in date. Not a great deal of material from inside the building, but there's a lot of bird bone and a lot of midden material on the outside that contains Amenar pottery, Amenar period pottery, and imported Mesopotamian wares. And then moving to the west, this is the section that Ali introduced earlier, this Danish section through the site. We revisited it with two aims, really. One, to collect C14 dates, to try and add some absolute dates to this sequence, which we struggled with a bit, but we have some, but also to excavate this sequence in plan, and that's what we've done over the last 2 seasons. And what we have shown is that the earliest phase of occupation, again built directly on the bedrock, this is what the Danish called period 0, did in fact have architectural elements with it. I don't know if I can point with this thing, but this structure on the top right, again, one of these large looking buildings, a little bit like the warehouse. The eastern part of it is built directly on the bedrock. You could not see this in the section, but there is an architectural phase, and then this building is enlarged on and elaborated on in what was the Danish period 0. And then we have the same sequence of abandonment. It appears there is a lot of either water erosion from rain or inundation by the sea. That these large channels cut through the structures that then get infilled with redeposited mixed material, and a later phase of occupation, again Amenar. This was recorded as a period 2 in the Danish excavations in these circular structures that you can see in the bottom right of that slide. We have one date for these, the midden up against this later structure, and it gives a calibrated date of 2247 to 2036 BC, in the 95.4% probability range. So in the last 2 centuries of the 3rd millennium, which is relevant as initially it was suggested maybe the site was abandoned before this. Then moving on, this again, Ali showed this a plan of Walid al-Tukriti's excavation. This is the reconstruction of it in the settlement mound A. At the bottom there's the Danish house complex 1014, and just underneath that label is the section we were just looking at. And in the top of this is a very interesting structure that they call the sanctuary. And we've done some excavations around that in what's labeled Trench 2 there. So this is the sanctuary. In the top left is as it was excavated in the 1970s by Walid al-Tukriti, and these very enigmatic carved stone figures, altars, ranged along the end of that, some of which look like, maybe for altars for some kind of offering, some of which have more anthropomorphic shapes to them. But we've returned to this, and again, this interesting sequence. So you can see maybe in the bottom left, which is the same area cleaned up just a couple of weeks ago. Below the walls of the sanctuary, you have this very thick layer of midden material. You can kind of see it in that little sondage we dug through it. It's about 1 meter deep. There's lots of evidence of in situ burning. There's a lot of bone in these deposits. There's a lot of pottery, there's Amenar pottery, there's also a lot of important Mesopotamian pottery, and we're still processing it, to be honest. And this predates any of the structures that we have found in this area of the site. The next phase of architecture is this low wall running underneath the walls of the sanctuary. You can see in the bottom left there, and also in the bottom right. Associated with this wall is a large circular fire measuring about 2.5 meters across, again, full with burnt material. So we seem to have these sort of repeated pattern of burning, of possible ritual activities. The third phase of occupation is the buildings that you just saw in the previous photo, this tightly packed architecture built over the top of the first set of walls. And the final phase of architecture you can just about see in that bottom picture on the left. It's built partly on the collapse, and it's a much more poorly constructed. It's only a single course wide, and they seem to be reusing some of the walls in this latest phase. And there's the construction, although it's a rectangular structure in that photo on the bottom left, it may be a similar phase to those circular structures we saw before. So this kind of slightly more ephemeral reuse of the site, or use of the site, but still within the Amenar period. This season, we literally finished a couple of weeks ago. There's our colleague Michel de Varies recording Trend 7. So this is, on the left there, space 15 and space 16, and 15 is an external space just to the south of the sanctuary. Space 16 is an internal space, a room. Very complex sequence of occupation, repeated floor deposits separated by sandier layers, which certainly Michel thought maybe indicating sort of sporadic, maybe seasonal occupation of the site. Also, the architecture is being changed and used over time. There's doorways being blocked. There's other areas being opened and closed. And within the building, within all of these structures, there's a lot of bone, a lot of large animal bone. Also quite a lot of minerals, so a lot of bits of copper ore, little bits of copper being worked. Also other minerals, and similar, like we've just been hearing from Christoph, there are red sort of iron-rich ores, maybe ochre. There's very yellow, possibly sulfur minerals. Again, we're kind of still analyzing some of these. But there's a great deal of activity going on in these spaces. And I'm just going to give you a real quick whip through some of the artifacts we've been finding. A great deal of pottery. We've established a new ware typology for this pottery that Sam Botan, a ceramicist, has been taking the lead on, along with Michel de Varies. The pottery class is summarized at the top there. I'm not going to say too much. A lot of the wares we were familiar with, these Baremi wares, these Amenar fine wares, these important Mesopotamian wares dating to the mid-3rd millennium. But I'm just going to mention that also we have these lime-gritted wares, and the exploded lime-gritted wares on the bottom there, and these quartz-tempered wares, so bottom left, bottom right. The exploded lime grit is very similar to fabrics found on Bahrain, but the forms are certainly not Dilmun, and all these quartz-tempered wares maybe have links to very early pre-Dilmun wares, and so we may be looking at connections with the oases in eastern Saudi. A lot of stone artifacts. These, at the top left, these circular fishing weights. We have over 100 of them now, attesting to sort of the importance of the marine resources at the site. Also, some pieces of soft stone vessels, pestles and mortars, little chisels and polished stone artifacts, little rounded stones. It was suggested that some of these might have been weights. They don't really seem to fit onto any good scale for weights, but maybe little grinders for processing material. Also, a great deal of bone from the site. We're still analysing it, but there's a lot of terrestrial bones, so a lot of sheep, goat, large quadrupeds, a lot of marine bone as well, so dugong, turtle, a great deal of fish bone and shell, although surprisingly little terebralia. So I think when we start to think about the environment of the site, it will be very interesting to look and maybe compare again to some of the material from Kalba. Bitumen, there's a lot of bitumen on the site, of which many small pieces, but a couple of quite interesting larger pieces. One on the left here with what seems to be some kind of wood grain impression, and then surrounded on three sides by either rope or mapped reeds or some kind of twined material. And then just as way of comparison, this is from Clusio and Tozzi's book, but this is an example of a traditional way of stitching boats. So I mean, I think there could be some similarities between those two. And on the right-hand side, this is from that trench just by the long section. I should have maybe mentioned it when we went through it, but you can see that there's a large bin. It's heavily truncated, and this is this post-abandonment truncation I was talking about. But in the bottom of that bin, a very large circular piece of bitumen measuring about 75, 80 centimeters across and about 10 centimeters thick. So maybe a lid or something that was sealing that bin while it was in use. I realize we're running out of time, but quickly just whip through these last couple of slides. So again, a lot of metal work, pins, little chisels and tools. Again, these fish huts, fishing is a big part of their life there. And a lot of copper alloy, little fragments of copper, maybe some evidence of copper working as well. Other intriguing artifacts here, some nice little bone artifacts. At the bottom there's a little circular ceramic disc, some pieces of little jewelry or fasteners, a whale bone at the top left there, and vertebrae from a whale, and in the center, I don't know how convinced you'll be by this, but a very heavily worn down bit of stone. It's quite different than the other bits of stone there. It's not a very pretty artifact, but it's almost exactly 5 times the Indus standard. So again, quite intriguing. And these are somewhat preliminary conclusions, but I think we can see that the site has a very complex history, and we're really just starting to understand that history, and we're starting to put some dates to that. But it seems to have been a focal point from the beginning of the site. People are gathering there. There is this clear division between the funerary and the domestic architecture, which is unusual for Amanar sites. So they are performing a variety of things, ritual activities in parts of the site, activities involving fire and possibly feasting. And this, I think, links into these other processes that occur in this long-distance exchange, and then maybe a seasonal occupation of the site tied into other resources they are utilizing. The earliest occupation of the site is this below the building, so certainly on the settlement mound, it's earlier than any of the structures. A lot of very rich midden deposits, although we should bear in mind that some of the buildings, such as the warehouse, are built on bedrock. So we just need to look a little bit more closely that they could also be contemporary with this earliest phase. The earliest phase of building was a mound A, is associated with this large circular fireplace we saw. And then the more extensive occupation of these tightly packed buildings is occupied for some period of time, but then there is a period of abandonment where there is inundation by water, there's a lot of erosion, and then there is a later occupation that actually might stretch into the late Amanar period. There's that single late date we have from the site, but maybe a slightly more ephemeral, maybe a slightly different use of the site, but it seems to occupy until the end of the Amenar period, potentially, before it being entirely abandoned. And I think I'm going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dan and Ali, for presenting the work, and we are happy to see Amenar back to be resume and the excavation started again. Now I will move to the third speakers. It is joint team, Maria Paula and Anne Benoit. They have been doing a lot of works and engaging Masafi for a couple of years, and I think now they are going to highlight the economy of the late Bronze Age in Masafi 5.
Do you hear me? Yes, okay. So I am Dr. Anne Benoit, and the beautiful lady standing next to me is Dr. Maria Paola Pellegrino. We shall present you the results of recent researches carried out by the French Archaeological Mission in the United Arab Emirates at Masafi, in Fujairah Emirate, in collaboration with the Fujairah Tourism and Antiquities Authority. Masafi is located in... Oh, yeah, okay. Next one, please. Masafi is located in the northern part of the Al-Ajah Mountains. This area benefits of particular conditions of access to water. It is a region of resurgence of water, which gives birth to three important wadis: the Wadi Abadila to the northeast, flowing to the region of Diba; the Wadi Siji to the northwest, disappearing in the sand before joining the western coast; and the Wadi Ham to the southeast, flowing to the region of Fujairah. It is from the Masafi region that the mineral water named Masafi, sold in many supermarkets in the UAE, is originating. The central part of Masafi is still occupied today by an oasis where palm trees are cultivated thanks to irrigation. Archaeological researches in Masafi began in 2006 under my supervision and were first focused on the Iron Age occupation. Several sites were explored around a central agricultural area located below the present oasis. In 2016, a new program was initiated under the supervision of Julien Charbonnier. It includes two main axes, one on the late Bronze Age occupation, the other on the late Islamic period. Exploration of Masafi area has shown that the area was occupied since the Bronze Age. A Wadi Souk site was evidence at Masafi Falls in the northern part of the surveyed area. A late Bronze Age site is present on the southern part of the area. Three Iron Age sites are distributed around the present gardens, including a public building, Masafi 1, a small sanctuary, Masafi 3, and a village built on the Jebel Alian, Masafi 2. The area was also occupied during the late Islamic period, where a fort was built in the southern part of the oasis, a village and two towers on the southern part of the Jebel Alian, and a possible settlement to the north next to the Wadi Souk site. Also dated from the late Islamic period is a falaj that was running through the oasis.
Before moving on Masafi 5, I'll briefly focus on late Bronze Age period. Compared to the number of known sites for the previous periods, as well as to the rich literature for the first three phases of Bronze Age, the late Bronze Age is still poorly known in protohistoric research in the UAE, both due to the small number of known sites and publication regarding this period. All the late Bronze Age settlement sites in northern Emirates are located in areas already occupied in early times, either directly along the coast, such as Tel Abrak on the west coast and Kalbafor on the east coast, or along the foothills close to the palm groves, as in the case of Shimal and Masafi 5. Excavated architecture remains reflect a composite picture. The domestic architecture of the late Bronze Age appears to integrate elements made of perishable materials compared to those used in present-day barastes, stone, and mud bricks. It was probably a fragile architecture, but it also had the advantage of being easily reconstructed in case of damage. The activities indicated by domestic space reflect a form of the attachment to their territory. Occupants were likely well established, although they favored modest structure in the Irish or Barasi style. Data on funerary architecture is also poor. Collective tombs yielded a mixed assemblage, including objects from late Bronze Age, but also objects datable to Middle Bronze Age, the Iron Age too, and sometimes to the late pre-Islamic period. For this reason, we prefer to speak of use or reuse in the late Bronze Age rather than tombs built during the late Bronze Age. The duality of funerary practices already attested in the previous Wadisub period is with individual graves grouped in cemetery in central Oman and collective graves used in the UAE persist during the late Bronze Age. There is therefore a sort of continuity of burial sites. Regarding late Bronze Age material culture, the ceramic assemblage consists mostly of a coarse or semi-coarse coiled ware. There is also limited use of semi-fine coiled ware finished on the wheel. Orange red to beige brown in color, the ceramics generally bears no slip and are sometimes decorated with very simple red paint, often with wavy lines. Open shapes dominate the assemblages, basins are predominant, followed by medium-sized bowls, spouted vessels, sometimes with red painted decoration, and finally footed goblets with traces of string cutting. These footed goblets are one of the main characteristics of the late Bronze Age material culture. In addition to this vessel, there are closed shapes, including medium-sized global jars, large storage jars, and small, very short naked jars. A significant change in the weapons industry is observable. Towards to the end of the Bronze Age, we observed the introduction of short swords or daggers, axes, hollow-handled daggers, and above all, bronze arrowheads. The latter represent a real innovation in late Bronze Age weaponry, being unknown in the Wadisub period and heralding Iron Age production. In late Bronze Age, the amount of material recovered made it difficult to recognize the typical stone vessels of this period, which are red and rare. The main characteristic of this period is the disappearance of symmetrical four-handled vessel and the introduction of a new type, the biconical vessel, along with the return of rectangular vessels. Finally, the decoration is much more complex, with a series of metopes and bands of various patterns. Going to Masafi 5, the site was discovered in 2011. It is located south of Masafi 2, close to the road towards Al-Daid, which follow Wadi Siege to the west. The site is located in a rocky hill of about 100 meters square, overlooking the palm grove. The entire southern part of the hill has been bulldozed, but the northern part of the site has been preserved from destruction. The northern slope is naturally divided into 3 parts by rock outcrops. In 2011, a trench was opened in the southern eastern part of the site to determine the nature of the remains and their dating. The trench revealed a stone wall which ran for approximately 3 meters from the southwest to the northeast. This wall marked the eastern limit of the small terrace built on the slope. In 2016, the site was divided in 4 main excavation areas. Area A at the western end of the spared area, Area B in the central part of the northern slope of the hill, Area C and Area D in the eastern part of the hill. The site was excavated extensively and completely. The complete ceramic corpus unearthed, composed more than 30,000 shards, covered the entire period, and the pottery studies show progressive and continuous chronological cultural evolution from the deepest to the most recent levels of the site, along the 4 main periods. We will focus now only on areas B and C, where most of the late Bronze Age remains are concentrated. Area B is the main area excavated, and it yielded remains entirely from the late Bronze Age. Along the slope in Area B, 5 terraces were excavated. They have been subject to multiple rearrangements, thus attesting a long occupation of the site. These terraces were built in a depression between 2 rock outcrops. Unfortunately, the terraces are badly preserved. While the lower part of each terrace has been eroded, archaeological remains of floors and occupation layers are preserved in the upper part, close to bedrock. Occupation is marked by floors, sometimes reinforced with small gravels, which include fireplaces and post holes. Area C is located on the northern eastern slope of the hill, limited by 2 rock outcrops. The area is close to the north by the terrace wall 855, while in the upper part of the slope we distinguish 2 different zones. In the southern western part, about 10 post holes and small pits cut in bedrock are associated to an occupation layer, while in the southeastern part, a pit 2 meters large and more than 6 meters deep was found. The pit was filled with rubble, marble, stones, and layers of animal bones, but its functions still remain uncertain.
The economy of the late Bronze Age population settled at Mazafi 5 could be approached by a multidisciplinary research combining geomorphological, geoarchaeological researches around the site, archaeobotanical and archaeozoological studies, including a malacologist study and pottery study. Evidence of metallurgy on the site was found during the excavation. Evidence speaking for late Bronze Age cultivation were found during an important work of geoarchaeology realized under the present oasis by the Oasiwad project supervised by Louise Purdue. Several test pits were dug under the present oasis in order to put in evidence agricultural layers and reconstruct the evolution of the oasis from its beginning until the present day. During this research, a well was found in Test Pit A in Terrace 2. This well, not very deep, provided a calibrated C14 dating between 1415 and 1230 BC. It was later cut by a second well, much deeper, itself dated from the Iron Age period. The settlement itself provided a few botanical remains, including a jujube tree stone and a date stone, which were found in situ in a earth. The date stone provided a calibrated C14 dating between 1412 and 1209 BC. Besides, stone tools collected on the site include a number of grinders and mortar, which might have been used for the transformation of agricultural products. Bones were hardly preserved in the occupation layer found on the different terraces, but the filling of the deep pit located in Area C included 2 layers rich in animal bones, themselves sealed by deposits including only late Bronze Age material. Those bones were studied by Delphine de Croyenard. Species identified include domestic cattle, sheep, and goat. Bones recovered are mainly elongated bones coming from the legs of the animals, which represent parts rich in meat. This apparent selection opened the question of the significance of the deposit, which might have been a simple garbage dump, but also a voluntary deposit related to possible ritual practices. 200 shell fragments were collected in the different areas of the site, most of which found in the occupation levels on terraces located in Area B. Those were studied by Kevin Lidour. Up to 23 distinct species were identified, including Asmen taxa, Terebralia palustris, 10 to 15 on the figure on the left, Pinctada persica, 1 to 3, Calista species, 4, arc shells or Anarada, 6, 7, and Azaphis, 8 and 9. The presence of marine fauna in Mazafi is attesting coastal hinterland exchanges during the late Bronze Age, likely with the Gulf of Oman, as suggested by the presence of large conus shells, 16 to 21, which are frequent to the shore between Horfakan and Kalba. Terebralia palustris and possibly arc shells were probably consumed as seafood by the inhabitants. But most of the other shell taxa have been exploited for the production of shell adornment and of tools. Those include polished plaques of Terebralia persica, C, conus rings, A, at different stages of production. Conus rings are largely reported within the shell industries during the Bronze Age and Iron Age in southeastern Arabia. Shell rings were finished at the site, but polished plaques of mother of pearl are only preforms. Those were probably exported to other workshops. The presence of many unworked fragments on the site testifies that most of the shell were brought to the site in a fairly complete form. Some shells, valve, are showing a braided or retouched edge, suggesting that they are used as cutting or scraping tools. Other specimens have residue inside, indicating their use as small container, maybe for cosmetic. Analyses are in course in order to find their composition. Shell tools have been studied using a digital microscope, allowing the observation of micro-use wears related to their function. Comparisons of traces have been made with experimentally made use wears. The result of the functional analysis have pointed out the use of some shell tools for the cutting of vegetal fibers, which could have been leaflet and leaf sheaths, fibers from the trunk of palm trees. Indeed, palm trees are not only exploited for their fruit, but also for their various fibers, which are providing good materials, for example, for basket weaving, for making ropes and fishing nets. And they were also abundantly used in the traditional architecture. This is another handcraft activity that might be illustrated in Mazafi. It remains to be understood why shell tools have been used at an inland site within a techno-cultural environment where metalworking is already well developed. Shell tools can be used either without any modification or with a fairly simple retouch, providing an efficient cutting edge. The latter doesn't require any technological knowledge. This is in opposition with lithic and metal tools, which are produced by specialized craftsmen. Evidence for metalworking on the site were found on two lower terraces in Area B. Those include a small furnace dug into the floor, which was filled with charcoal and ashes, and by copper slag coming from the same area and from the nearby terrace. The copper slag are mainly slag of small size, very fragmented. We don't know yet if they were only the result of a secondary production or not. The industry also, the metallurgy also included a fragment of anvil.
The study of the ceramic corpus included three axes of research. A first, macroscopic classification in order to define macroscopic groups, a petrographic study to check the homogeneity of their composition, precise their most probably origin, and finally a technological study to precise the different shaping technique used by different potters. The macroscopic study showed that a large majority of pottery collected on the site of Masafi 5 is composed by a single pottery group, named Group 1, which is characterized by the presence of gray, shiny inclusion and by a clay of very soapy texture. The petrographic analysis confirmed the macroscopic results and showed that these gray, shiny inclusion are fragments of sericite schist. The mineral is abundant in Masafi geological background and probably came from the Masafi schist formation, one of the main geological formations identified by geological studies. Thus, the origin of Group 1 could be well in the area of Masafi itself, and this group could well represent the local pottery production. A technical study made on samples from Group 1 has shown that these vessels were shaped by hand using the coiling technique, and on the other hand, a close examination of coil joints revealed that the wave coils were joined together were rather diversified, which suggests that the production was not very standardized, and the different potters in Masafi kept their personal technique of joining coils together. Samples of pottery belonging to Masafi Group 1 were collected in small quantity on other late Bronze Age sites, like Shimal, Tel Abrak, and Kalba. The petrographic analysis confirmed their similarity with Masafi pottery samples and attest from the exportation of Masafi local production to other late Bronze Age settlements. Other groups, like groups 9, 2, 3, and 4, found in small quantity at Masafi 5, were also studied. The petrographic analysis allowed to demonstrate the importation at Masafi of production originating from other regions in the UAE, notably the Group 2, characterized by inclusion of a hard, white calcareous mineral, probably coming from the North Ras Al Khaimah. The group is frequent, very frequent Shimal. And finally, other objects might also have been imported to Masafi from other regions, and notably soft stone vessels for which we do not have yet any evidence of workshop on place. Few fragments were discovered in the late Bronze Age occupation levels at Masafi 5, and exchanges are highlighted by the discovery of a stone seal on the site. All these elements indicate that the population settled in Masafi 5 during the late Bronze Age combined agriculture and animal herding with a set of handcrafts, ensuring a form of self-sufficiency made possible by the local environment. In the same time, this population was in contact with communities settled elsewhere in the UAE. The valleys of three wadi originating in the area allowed the circulation of peoples and goods to the west, to the southwest, and to the northwest. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much for the interesting presentation. It's really very interesting details about the study. Thank you. And now on to the final speaker, Dr. Eric Ojdam. He has so much experience here in the Gulf, and he's really chose the thrilling title called "We Should Build with the Stone We Have." That's really an interesting title.
One of the first questions an archaeologist asks when tackling a new site is, how old is it? Usually the answer is in the pottery, one of the most ubiquitous artifacts available to us. For the early Iron Age, this question is becoming more and more problematic. Currently, the Iron Age horizon in the UAE and northern Oman is defined solely by simple, crudely made ceramics. This narrow definition causes a real problem for Oman, where no such handmade pottery has been attested. This schism is taken as a proxy for a north with an Iron Age 1 horizon and a south that has none. Its absence in the south has been linked to a lack of sedentary occupation, indicating a turn to a mobile lifestyle. A series of radiocarbon dates from the site of Salud in the interior of central Oman nuanced this picture by demonstrating it was constructed and occupied during the Iron Age 1 period. As the associated material culture was identified as Iron Age 2, this sparked a brief debate about the nature of Oman during the 1300 to 1000 BC timeframe. Although beyond the scope of this contribution, it is worth pointing out that even this north-south divide is far from straightforward. The ceramic evidence from predominantly inland settlements shows a complex situation even in the north. The only way forward is to increase our knowledge of what Iron Age 1 material culture entails. This singular focus on handmade pottery is too narrow an approach. At the Seminar for Arabian Studies earlier this year, Christian Velde and I proposed to expand the definition of the Iron Age 1 horizon by looking at softstone vessels. The central leitmotif is a distinctively executed sawtooth pattern. Overall, the sawtooth pattern is dense and finely engraved in a highly idiosyncratic manner that makes it frequently very difficult to discern unless one knows where to look for and how to look for it. Horizontal lines and other elements of the design tend to be applied after the sawtooth pattern and are usually more forcefully engraved. We distinguished an early group, which is characterized by a combination of the sawtooth pattern and the dotted circle motif. The combination of these two motifs, together with reminiscences of the late Bronze Age assemblage, indicates this material should be placed early in the Iron Age 1 period. The late group is characterized by the absence of the dotted circle. Several shapes and designs hint already at the Iron Age 2 assemblage, indicating this material should be placed late in the Iron Age 1 period. Recently published results from modern excavations confirm their Iron Age 1 date, based on stratigraphic contexts of individual pieces that have been securely dated based on robust radiocarbon programs. At Saruq al-Hadid, the SHARP team unearthed a small collection of vessels from various contexts within level 3. This level is securely dated between 1300 and 1000 BC. The site of Salut also holds vital information that has been overlooked thus far. 5 vessels are found in that part of the fortified site that was instrumental in the argument of the Iron Age 1 material. The nature of the Iron Age 1 material remains. They come from the earliest occupation levels and date before 1250 BC and well before 1050 BC. These observations are supported by a re-examination of the rest of the site's Iron Age corpus. Of the 42 vessels, 4 are late Bronze Age. 2 cannot be determined, and only 7 are clearly Iron Age 2. Iron Age 1 is the most common and come from a wide range of contexts. A recent publication indicates a similar material culture composition and radiocarbon dates for the settlement surrounding the fort. The only softstone vessel from the settlement that is published is an Iron Age 1 vessel. In October of this year, I studied the circa 500 fragments retrieved during rescue excavations at the Oman border fence. Over an 11.5 kilometer long transect, a trench was dug about 3.5 meters wide and between 3 and 4 meters deep. The softstone comes from 2 main areas close to each other, the funerary area and the agricultural area. The funerary area is a strip about 120 meters long, bordered in the south by a large collective tomb, Tomb A, here on the left, and in the north by a collective grave, Grave 69. In between these 2 collective tombs, 36 shaft burials were encountered. The results of my research are still in progress. As One of the things that I have been trying to do, besides allocating vessels according to the latest chronological insights, is to make an attempt to identify the number of vessels rather than fragments. 59% of the soapstone vessels from this collection derive from burials. Only a small percentage come from agricultural contexts. Specimens from the Wadi Souk period, the late Bronze Age, Iron Age 1, Iron Age 2, and the late pre-Islamic period have been identified. 19 vessels date to the late Bronze Age, which does not sound like much on a total of 500. But this means an increase in the total number of known late Bronze Age vessels by about 30%. It is clear that Iron Age dominates the collection. Iron Age is in grey. Most of the 439 Iron Age fragments can be subdivided according to the latest insights. About 11% cannot be attributed to any of the subphases. Of the fragments that can be attributed, 59% date to the Iron Age 1 period and 41% to Iron Age 2. This seems to indicate that Iron Age 1 outnumbers Iron Age 2. However, as most of the fragments that cannot be attributed in all likelihood should be attributed to Iron Age 2 bowls, the final division probably will be close to 50-50. Based on the decoration and secondary characteristics, it is possible to subdivide most Iron Age 1 vessels. The ability to do so depends on the amount of the design that remains on the fragment that remains. The primary characteristic to decide if a vessel belongs to the early group rests on the dotted circle or double dotted circle. So when a dotted circle is preserved, no matter how small, it can be confidently assigned to the early group. Dotted circles, however, can be part of the main design element. It can be located in the lower part of the vessel, and it can be located in the field in the middle panel. So to ensure that this decorative element is absent from the design, which is necessary to confidentially assign a fragment to the late group, enough of the overall design has to be preserved. And this is, of course, often not the case. Hence the large group of vessels that cannot be assigned to any of the subgroups. Despite this caveat, the predominance of late Iron Age 1 vessels is almost certainly an accurate reflection of the overall composition of the Iron Age 1 corpus, as the late group is likely structurally underrepresented in the group of assignable fragments, as I have explained before. Briefly, I will discuss the material for the main context. Collective Tomb A shows the largest diversity and longest range, Wadi Souk to PIR. Very few unidentified vessels, and 91% are Iron Age. The tomb has been excavated stratigraphically according to various robbing events and the like. This is the same data, but in a different kind of graph. It does not show any pattern regarding the earliest and later materials. None of the contexts show chronological exclusivity. Collective Grave 69 shows slightly different percentages in Iron Age, Iron Age 1 and Iron Age 2, but these are not statistically significant. Moreover, the two seem to have been in use contemporaneously and for the same period of time. This grave was excavated using so-called spits, artificial layers of circa 20 to 30 centimeters thick, It shows differences in terms of quality, but no structured differences, except for Spit 5, which for some reason has no softstone vessels at all. Again, the same data in a different graph. This clearly shows that there are no differences in the composition of the spits. Wadi Souk vessels are, for instance, attested in spits 3 and 6, late bronze in spits 3, 4, and 6. This seems to indicate that the content of the tomb has been mixed. The shaft burials are quintessentially Iron Age. Overwhelmingly Iron Age 2. Most of the Iron Age 1 that is attested in this group are from the late group. Three types of shaft burials have been distinguished based on the shape of the burial and configuration. Type B has the highest percentage of Iron Age 2 materials, and therefore seems to be the latest of the three. Both types A and C have comparable amounts of Iron Age 1, indicating they started earlier. The results from the agricultural context are, to me, the most surprising. With the exception of one Wadi Souk shirt and one PIR shirt, all are Iron Age in date. This fits well with the pottery analysis. Quantities of Iron Age 1 and 2 are roughly similar, indicating the presence of an earlier phase. And this is exactly what has been observed in the field. An earlier Iron Age field system is cut and mostly destroyed by a slightly later Iron Age system. Very briefly, this Oman border fence material is not isolated. The well-known, but still unpublished collective tomb at Katara lies literally meters next to the Oman border fence. This tomb has many similarities with Tomb A. Few softstone vessels are published from this tomb. 2 are Wadi Souk on the left, and 3 are late Bronze Age. It's worth examining this material in detail and compare with the collective burials from the Oman border fence. Less than 3 kilometers to the north lies the settlement of Rumeila. The site's occupation is subdivided into period 1 and period 2. The radiocarbon dates indicate an Iron Age 1 occupation, period 1, but with an Iron Age 2 material culture. The softstone vessels from this settlement include 1 late Bronze Age, all the way on the right, late Bronze Age vessel, and 7 Iron Age vessels, which concur with the radiocarbon dates from the site's occupation. So, conclusions. What started 5 years ago with just a few dozen vessels from Ras Al Khaimah has turned into a massive undertaking. With the Oman border fence project and the recently published tomb in Kitwa, which is loaded with Iron Age 1 softstone vessels and does not have any Iron Age 1 handmade pottery, well over 900 individual vessels and lids have so far been identified for the Iron Age 1 period. Softstone vessels are a reliable indicator for identifying an Iron Age 1 horizon in both the UAE and Oman. The softstone material suggests that Iron Age 1 and Iron Age 2 are attested in equal measures, indicating a clear Iron Age 1 horizon. This is confirmed not only from the various funerary contexts, but also for the first time but it's also attested for the first time in agricultural context. Combined with the available information from Rumeila, this strongly suggests that the situation in Al Ain mimics that further to the south. The majority of the material culture from the Iron Age 1300 to 1000 BC timeframe are Iron Age II in appearance. As Al Ain always had water during the second millennium BC, the absence of Iron Age I handmade pottery cannot be attributed to a mobile population, although there undoubtedly must have been a mobile element that was drawn seasonally or at least cyclically to the freshwater resources. With regard to the Oman border fence collection, the two collective tombs display different dynamics. Shelf burials are Iron Age in date, most likely started in late Iron Age I with dominant use in Iron Age II. All burial structures and types were used simultaneously, hinting at fascinating social dynamics. This only became clear because of the temporal details that soapstone vessels allow during the Iron Age. And finally, soapstone vessels are even diagnostics for agricultural contexts. Start during the Iron Age I with a major reconfiguration and use in Iron Age II. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Eric, for the interesting study. And now we have all the speakers here on the stage. So we will start to receive questions from the audience. So anyone have any question for any one of the speaker, please raise your hand, introduce yourself, and ask the question. I think you get the mic there. So if the speaker has a mic, so anyone would like to speak, just.
Okay. I'm not sure I understood on which basis you have been did you use the article of Rémi Boucharla and Pierre Lombard 91 for the chronology of Rumeila? Because this article has been largely contradicted by the pottery analysis and even by the C14 datings, because you don't take in account the deep C14 dating which was found in area 4 below in the sounding made next to the public building. The deepest dating is 800, is around 800 BC, and the datings you gave are coming from later levels and might be coming from reused material. So this is quite difficult to take in account like this.
Yes? Oh. Yes, it's a complicated site. It requires new investigation. I observed the same problems also with the soapstone, because some of the soapstones which are early come from later context. So
we have to take in account the possibility of reuse of the soapstone vessels in this matter. And the other element is pottery chronology, which is different in Oman and in the UAE, and should be geographical context taken into account too. I mean, in Oman, the pottery dated between 1300 and 1100 BC is totally similar to the Iron Age II material found in Emirates. And this suggests actually a geographical diffusion from the cultural characteristic of Iron Age II from Central Oman to Emirates. if we take that in account, we have to be careful with the period in between. Al Ain is in the middle between Northern Emirati and Oman, which is also an interesting element.
Yes. Iron Age soapstone vessels, as I and Christian defined this, has been found in contexts with clear Iron Age 1 pottery in the north of the Emirates. And in contexts where we have not this Iron Age 1 handmade pottery, it is found together with Iron Age 2 material, but in dates, in contexts which have been radiocarbon dated to 1300 to 1000 BC. So we propose that we should treat the soapstone vessels as a separate entity and use this as a variable marker for Iron Age 1 time frame, and then try to sort out how it is with the rest of material culture, because that's the way I see it.
I think it's a good moment to think to a future workshop about the Iron Age chronology. The work done by Maria Paola Pellegrino on the late Bronze Age pottery are putting in questions elements of cultural breaking between the late Bronze Age and the Iron Age. You have on your side element suggesting a possible other chronological marker. It would be interesting to discuss this in a workshop. Maybe we can propose that to the Seminar for Arabian Studies.
By all means.
I think we can stop there, so we will give chance for the audience if they have any question.
Hi, thank you all for the interesting presentations you guys gave. They're awesome. I have a question about the Nar site. In the Neolithic, we see the burials and graves are within the same within the same structures that people are living, eating, sleeping, and you know, the multi-purpose type of structures. However, in Nar, there's a very strong divide between burial practices. So in Nar, the burials are very strictly above on the outcrop, and then the domestic structures are below, separated. So when do you think that sort of divide happened, and why is it? Why is the practice of the mortuary practice? Why is it changed over, you know, the couple thousand years?
Thank you for the critical question, Nora. Actually, when we're saying, I mean, the settlement is divided, that doesn't mean, I mean, we don't have any evidence of occupation for the site itself. But in this case, we are talking about the construction technique, because maybe they just use a riche, for example, to settle that site. And in terms of the chronology, actually, we are still waiting and expecting more C14 dates that just to confirm the exact or the absolute chronology for Nar. But for sure, we have that connection between the domestic, I would say, architecture and the tombs that on the rocky plateau of Nar.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to add to what Ali said, and a really interesting question. Yeah, I mean, I think we do have this division at Nar Island, but the houses find parallels elsewhere, the tombs found parallels elsewhere, and I think you know, it's certainly possible that the practices at Nar Island were maybe, for whatever reason, slightly different, and that may be, you know, one of the reasons why the site is significant also.
Thanks for the answer, and I think we have a question there.
Hi, my name is Kinan, and I'm the Arabic editor in Zayed National Museum. My question is, do these structures tell us anything about the spiritual side of the societies? Do we know anything about the mythology now were people buried in a like certain way to the east, to the west? Also about the vessels, do the patterns on the vessels tell us anything? Do they, like, did they use to mimic like the form of waves? Like, are the circles an indication of the sun? These are the questions that come into my mind about this.
Can you please repeat the question, because the sound is
All right.
Not very clear, and please for which speaker the question is?
Actually, I think I would like to ask about the presentation of Nar. And my question is about the spiritual side. What do we know about the spiritual side from the burials, from the graves, from the direction that they used to bury the dead? And also about the soft stone vessels. The patterns on the vessels, do they indicate any spiritual side, like worshipping the sea, the waves, the sun, etc.? So it's a double question.
So yeah, I mean, for Nar, it's a big question, and I'll just answer it in a couple of points. I mean, certainly from the tombs, they're collective tombs, so they're in use for many generations. Potentially there are hundreds of people buried in there. They're burying objects in there, but they are moving things around the tombs. So I can't tell exactly what they're doing, but they are moving objects in and out of the tombs. They're moving the bones around inside the tombs. What was the second part of your question about the objects themselves? Or? Yeah, I guess I say, yeah, the only other thing I can say, I mean, again, I can't tell exactly what they were doing, but it seems that fire was very important. We have these repeated processes of burning and so maybe gatherings and feastings, whether that ties in with the tombs, but you know, you could certainly imagine that the two are linked.
Any other question from the audience? I think I have a question for Christoph. Christoph, you mentioned that during the work you have been carried out a geophysics survey inside the site and outside the site. Does that give any indication, or have you tested outside and you see if it is giving a response or result for that?
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for the question. What we did, and yeah, we did geophysics inside and outside, but the results are really restricted because of the alluvial fan, which is covering mainly nearly everything of the site. That means we did some test fits this year in the surrounding, which were associated also with some construction activities, and in a depth of about 2 and 1.5 meter in the north and the east, we found structures. That means an activity zone which is also defined by several fireplaces. That's what we found, and also some remains of other occupation layers. So we know there are layers hidden underneath really a massive amount of sediments, and that's something which we have to face. And if you are checking for more structures outside the fenced areas, I assume there are, but then we have to dig even deeper.
Yeah, we have Peter Mag.
Thank you to all the speakers. The presentations are very interesting. I have a question for Christoph about the assessment of the deviation for the marine reservoir effect that you proposed for each period. Can you explain, was that done on the basis of paired samples with organic material? How did you come up with the suggestion of the specifics? Was it a pairing with organic samples, or was it another process?
Yeah, exactly. It was conducted by Susanne Lindauer from the Institute in Mannheim.
Oh, okay.
And what we did, so I've shown just the reservoir effect for the Paralia palustris, and also we took short-lived radiocarbon samples. That means mainly date stones and, at some extent, also charcoal deriving from mangrove wood.
Okay, great. And my sort of related question is, I was really impressed by the the dates that you showed, as in the things that you eat, dates, not the dates, the dates, whatever. There seemed to be some that were not just seeds. There's carbonized whole dates, was that right? Or did I not see that?
Again?
Were the date seeds just seeds, or did they include the actual flesh of the date which had been carbonized?
No. It was just seeds. The
Just
seeds itself.
seeds.
So there was, especially related to the fireplace area, which we excavated in the Mudar period, but also just the burned items.
And last question.
Sure.
When you said there was an abundance, just out of interest, how many were there from the Mudar period? Because it's quite actually unusual to have a good number of dates from an Mudar.
So we didn't count them in total, but we took a lot of samples, which were analyzed also by Simone Riel and Katrin Deckers, but also we just also splitting the sample size. So some are left in Kalber just for reproduction of the analysis.
Sure.
So what we did, but it was just from one fire pit, more than 2 handsful of just really well preserved date stones.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, and to all the speakers.
Thank you, Peter. Any other question from the audience? I think we still time, so I have a question for Dr. Eric. You showed the change on the button or the creation of the fossil stones between the periods. So can you tell us more about what the reason behind that? Why people started to change, or they thought about changing the buttons and the...
Well, why questions are very difficult to answer. We are just in the process of identifying that they are changing, because until 3 months ago, the entire Iron Age period, from 1300 to 300 BC, was just one big, massive blob of soapstone vessels. It was all considered to be just one thing. One thing I want to say, and also partly in response to what Anne said. Sorry. When you look, don't look at any of the other material culture, but when you look at soapstone vessels, you have a continuous development from the Mudar to the Wadi Souk, from Wadi Souk to late bronze, from late bronze to Iron Age 1, even from late bronze to Iron Age 1 early, from Iron Age 1 early to Iron Age 1 late, from Iron Age 1 late to Iron Age 2. You have this in decorations, you have it in vessel shapes, and you even have fragments which show combinations of the two decorations. So when you look at it from purely soapstone vessels, it's continuous development. Also, in response to the question of the gentleman over there, we don't know what the significance of the decorations are. Most of the decorations are just quite simplistic. In the Iron Age in the Iron Age period, they are combinations of just a small limited amount of elements, and they can be reused and reconfigured in different configurations. That's all we know. The only exception is with Iron Age 1 pottery, they have a subgroup which is figurative. But there are just very little, the group is quite small, so we don't know if there is significance behind it, because there doesn't seem to be an overall theme or common theme that they have in common. So we are still waiting. Maybe if the corpus will get bigger and bigger and bigger, then that kind of question will become more interesting to answer.
Absolutely. I think we don't have more questions, but I will maybe have last question for Ali. You already presented Mudar, and we know that Mudar has maybe specific importance for the archaeology in UAE. We know that the site is restricted, not many people allowed to go in. Do you have any idea or thought how we can bring the site to the people and to the public?
Well, recently, as you know, I mean, due to the security, reasons and other things related to the Mnar and its location, I think there is no chance actually to allow anyone to access to the site in the next, I would say, 10 years. So just you have to wait until I get retired, then maybe we can think about that. But as you know, Abdullah, I mean, it is the site, I mean, the access to the site, it is really restricted and it is, due to the just security reasons. So that's all. But I think Daniel reminded me about that. Actually, we already fully documented the site, and we can just start to present it to the public by using all the digital productions that we got from there, like 3D models, and using the technology. And for sure, Zayed Museum are working on that, and I'm sure they have a good plan to present the site in a good way.
Last question to Nora.
Hi again. Anne and Maria, I have a question for you guys. Can you help us sort of differentiate between what defines an agricultural economy and what defines the evidence for just regular domestic occupation consumption?
Yes, okay. For the agriculture, we have evidence coming from below the present oasis, which were found in geo-archaeological test pits made by geo-archaeological team. They have been doing a study which with an interpretation of geo-archaeological soils found below the oasis. Old paleosols were found, and over those paleosols were found successions of soils which composition might indicate. We have several elements indicating that they were transformed by agriculture physically. There has been a PhD thesis about that subject by Sophie Costa, who has evidenced several techniques of cultivation practiced from the late Bronze Age until the late Islamic period. For example, burnings and adding ashes to the natural soils. And we have also in the same element, we have the study of the phytoliths found in those soils, which showed evidence of palm trees, and we have some traces of jujube trees also, I think. This has been published in several articles which were written collectively with Louise Purdu as first author or Julien Charbonnier as first authors. I can give you the list of the bibliography if you want. But on the site itself, in Mazafi 5, we found a few, not a lot, but a few carbonized dates and jujube stones which could be dated themselves. They were found in the late Bronze Age remains, and they gave a C14 dating between 1400 and 1200 BC. And you can always discuss a C14 dating of a piece of wood, but on a date stone, it's quite difficult to discuss. So these are the evidence, and besides, we have a few tools that. But you are right. The site is not very well preserved, so it's quite difficult to have an enormous amount of evidence.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for all of you. I would like to thank the speaker for their time, for their contribution to the understanding of the history of UAE, for their hard work, and also for the audience to be with us here and from early morning until now. Thank you very much, and hope seeing everyone tomorrow to the second session. Thank you very much.